And welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are over the hill now, the big 5-0 Underdunk number 50. What a wild ride it's been. I am CLG Kyle, and with me are three wonderful casters. Some familiar faces that you might have seen a few times over the, what has it been? Almost 3 years of Underdunk? Zoinks, Bridget, and Husky. Welcome on in, friends. And Zoinks, obviously, happy belated birthday. Hope you got all the love from the community. How was your birthday week?
It was fantastic. I mean, it's hard to hear you starting the tournament intro with "Over the Hill" 2 days after my birthday. Felt a little targeted. I'm not gonna lie, but it's okay. I'm doing great. It's honestly been a really fun week, and genuinely, I'm so pumped to be back on Underdunk. It has been many moons since I've been able to host one of these things, so I'm very excited to call some games. We got some really cool teams signed up, some pickup squads, some brand new teams. It's gonna be really fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good bracket. I think we got 18 teams in, maybe 17. I didn't see what the final numbers were, but Bridget, the other brain of the Overdunk podcast, welcome back to Underdunk.
Thank you.
We just had a little bit of a patch this week. Any initial thoughts on it?
Well, I am glad this patch happened, but I'm very curious to see how the tuning is. I feel like I've heard rumblings that the Speedster 4 are still pretty good, but not as, hostile as they were this past weekend. And same with Snorlax. So interested to kind of see how this shakes up for us today. It's kind of a good day for a tourney.
I love that you called them the Speedster 4. Sounds like a superhero group.
I don't know what else
I
to
kind
call
of like
them.
that. I like that. I think you kind of have to coin that and maybe trademark it or something. And Husky, welcome back as always.
Hey.
Sorry to say, Meow and the rest of your beloved Speedster 4 were nerfed. We did get to see some Flower Trick this weekend, but how are you doing today? Are you excited about this meta, or are you still sad and mourning the death of Meowscarada?
Look, guys, there's something that I think is important, and it's that I would never have wanted them to break my main, because then I had to deal with people not knowing what they're doing, taking my cat away from me. But that being said, not being able to look forward to potentially seeing the cat in competitive is whatever. But Bridget said, they still seem really good, which they were already good. So I think maybe this just gave an opportunity for people to realize that they were good regardless. And I don't know. I guess they just turn it off, turn it back on again. And that was this patch. So we'll have to see what ends up happening tonight with the tournament games. I'm excited to see how competitive kind of adapts.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think they got just absolutely abused during UCS this past weekend. Something crazy, the usage rate between picks and bans was over 90% on all four of them. Pretty wild stuff. But
Gengar in particular was in every single match if you consider bans as well, which I think is kind of insane. 100%. We're working on a term, but potentially encounter rate on Gengar.
My vote was for encounter rate.
Encounter rate's pretty good.
That's fun.
There's some other
Credit
ones that
Chef.
we've seen.
Credit
but
Chef on
encounter
that.
rate is very of course. Oh,
It's very Pokemon-esque.
Yeah,
Encounter.
fits the theme.
solid.
All right. Well, as for the normal stuff for our format tonight, we are back into the Thea Sky Runes. No remote stadium, no 500-point mode.
Oh, well,
last time we were here, we did do the 500-point mode. So we are back as always. We wanted to maybe pilot it and see how it worked, and it was super fun. But we are back as normal. So as per usual, best of 3 winner side, best of 1 on the lower side. All Pokemon are in play, including Suicune, who is out of moratorium, so really excited to see that. Speaking of Suicune, thank you to our good friends at Pokemon and Pokemon Unite. We have 5 Suicune licensees to give away, along with 5 Aeos coins packs to give away. So if you are in the chat, make sure to hit enter, !enter, or !ticket. I think either of those should enter you in for the chance to win. We'll be drawing periodically throughout the stream, and I think Zoinks did promise at least one.
Offer, not a promise, but yeah.
It was a promise. It was
He promised.
written in permanent marker. because this is a Pokemon show and we cannot say the other word. But as a promise, Zoinks is going to draw something too. That'll be for our
That's what I thought.
Can we say that?
This is
that
Kyle's
illegal?
channel. The things that have been said
Either
on
way,
Kyle's
I think the
channel.
match is ready. So I think the match is ready. I vote we go to it. But I believe we got.
Yeah, in celebration of what Spraggles just said, that Suicune is banned every game, we are giving away some Suicunes to everybody, which is likely what will happen because
They're clearly
Suicune's
valuable
really good,
due
and
to the bans.
It'll be banned.
Exactly.
I don't think the teams are ready just yet. At least
Really? I don't know. I got word from Shivam. I got word from production.
Oh, okay.
That whether they're line trimming or not.
He asked if they're ready. If they're ready, then let's say let's run it.
This is Underdunk 50 featuring Zoinks. So Zoinks is the only one of us who's going to be getting word from the production throughout the show. So we just have to default to what Zoinks is saying.
It's a fun mini game that we like to play sometimes.
Featuring Zoinks.
Featuring Zoinks. Alrighty. Well, the game is ready. I am going to be sending it down to our birthday boy, maybe belated birthday boy, and Bridget. So Husky and I are going to say goodbye. Zoinks and Bridget, go ahead, take it away for this first round.
All right. Thank you so much, Kyle, Husky, Bridget. Let's start things off. When is your birthday?
It's actually at the end of the month, so a couple more weeks. Yeah,
Okay.
we're March babies.
Yeah, Overdunk with the March babies. I like it a lot, but unfortunately, we're in foreign territory right now in the Underdunk tournament. Underdunk number 50, a very, very special one. I think you and I have talked on the podcast quite a bit about it, but just even in person, but how cool this tournament series is for the region. LATAM a little bit too as well. We can see a decent amount of participation from there, but just in general, the community to have a space to play in weekly, whether it's experimental tournaments like a 500-point mode or just good old-fashioned return to Thea Sky Ruins, I'm down. It's going to be a really fun one. We're going to be watching Banana Ballers going up against Numel Jeans in this game. Banana Ballers, named for, of course, an iconic Chad moment where the Chad is going to be on this roster. Of course, the banana suit NAIC goer.
The icon, the legend, the banana himself, the Chad. So, very excited to see him. Also, I love the name Numel Jeans. I have to imagine it's a play on New Jeans, so...
Yeah.
Good names today, guys. I'm glad to see we still got it. That's what I'm excited about.
Honestly, give it up. There's some really good stuff out there in the community. People coming up with some creative things. We should do a tier list of all Unite team names we've ever seen. That would be good. That would be good content in the future. But Bridget,
down.
from what I'm hearing, unfortunately, I think our observer client crashed, so we're gonna be getting in the game rather soon. But we got a little moment here to chill out before our tournament starts up. And Kyle started talking about the metagame a little bit before, and I think now it's time for you and I to kind of come to terms and acknowledge the Suicune of it all. We gave this Pokemon a report card.
We did.
And in kind of classic you and I fashion, we were honestly maybe a little too harsh on this Pokemon, thinking it was a little bit lower rated than it actually was. But from what we're hearing right now, this Pokemon is truly so strong, kind of terrifying. Do you think we're going to see any Suicune tonight, or is this literally a permaban throughout the event?
The rumblings I've been seeing is that it is permaban worthy, which is a bit sad for me. I was kind of excited to see it, as I'm sure a lot of people were.
Mm-hmm.
But coming out of what we just had for the past 2 weeks, I'm down for maybe like a relatively slower paced, good set of games, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious. I do feel like it could show up. Obviously, I think the major point of conversation around this Pokemon has been that it does feel like one of those weird misclassifications of a role. In the past, it's okay, they're going to play as this role, but they can kind of be pseudo, both of them. In this case, I've played a decent amount of Suicune games. It truly does just feel like an attacker, like when it comes down to it. So I think we're going to see some Suicune play out in the bottom path, kind of play this mage style, have really important moments and bigger team fights, but that's all if the Pokemon even is allowed in the first place. The speedsters of it all, like you mentioned, the big four that we saw, the speedster four, having some changes, have opened up a few other things that I wanted to talk about with you, Bridget. Specifically in the support kind of reign of terror, it feels like Sableye is an extremely relevant and solid option for this tournament. How do you feel about Gremlin these days?
Honestly, orange juicers, obviously specifically Roland, has kind of made me a Sableye believer in the right hands since Worlds, if I'm being honest.
Okay, fair.
Obviously, I feel like now more than ever with the relevance of speedsters, it is even more of an asset and worth kind of learning and mastering, just because it plays into that kind of comp really, really well. Like we kind of saw, I don't even know if it was a year or two ago, the dark comp, kind of a score comp type, very fast, very CC. You know, you can't heal if you're already dead kind of mindset. So
the dark tech.
The dark technology, of course. So I honestly always believe in Sableye, but I'm excited to see it maybe have more of like a universal moment. Obviously, it's pretty niche to teams that kind of align with it, which I would say for the most part is orange users. I know there's some other Sableye players. Obviously, Chad on Banana Ballers was kind of one of them, so it would be kind of interesting to see what they're planning on doing. But that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I echo a lot of what you're saying. I think it's a really fun support when it comes to just the sheer amount of time that you can stun an enemy Pokemon, like the boosted auto into the foul play, into that like final hit of foul play. It feels like just a really ridiculous amount of time you can hold a Pokemon in place. Some of my favorite coordination that you can see with it is if you have a really good Absol player on your team and your communication is solid, you can always time those back strikes from Absol to get, well, depending on what moveset, but some resets or maybe a little bit more damage, whatever you really need in that situation. That's always really exciting. So I love when we see things like that pop up. However, right now it does feel like we're just in a meta game, and we kind of have been drifting away from it, where healing is becoming a little irrelevant. The damage numbers, the team fights happen so quickly. At this point, you just might want a bit more utility in favor of having a chance to win a war of attrition, if you will.
Definitely. I know I saw, like, I was kind of expecting Hoopa to fall a little out of the mix during this past tourney, but actually I think did really well, which obviously the macro of Hoopa kind of makes it relevant no matter what, if you can get the portals or not.
Of course,
but I do feel like that is kind of an interesting one too. For the most part, I feel like I was still seeing portals, not so much I saw some trick, but definitely wasn't as much of a thing as it was when Portal was banned. So I still think that is actually more useful than I was initially rating it, just because you actually do have a pretty wide radius of where you place your portal, and with Speedster allies, they can actually kind of get to those further away, like safer portals a lot faster than really any other class for the most part. So it was kind of cool to see it turn on its head a little for me.
Yeah, me too. Finally time. Okay, I'm getting a message from our production chat that Kyle wants to run our first giveaway. We want to run a giveaway for one of these Suicune license codes, so I am going to get a Pokemon from Steel Agent Kyle. He has messaged me, so chat, this is your time. Look alive. I'm going to draw on the whiteboard, and someone needs to, the first person to get it from chat will let me know, or I guess Kyle will clock it, and then we will give them, you win the license. Okay.
Wow.
There's been a debate on what Pokemon I should do. I think it's finally changed. Wow, it got changed to a way harder Pokemon. But okay, here we go.
The chat is on a delay, so you're going to be drawing a lot longer probably after someone gets it, which is very funny.
Forgot we run delay now that we have an actual production team on Underdunk. I'm so used to my jank setup of just solo home. Okay, I guess I'll just draw it, and then chat will just guess a few times. So
yeah, good luck.
Let's go. Okay, we kind of got like a thing like this going on. I guess you can guess if you would like.
Oh, that's true. I can play.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so bad at drawing.
Excuse me? You can't say that already.
I think I can.
Yeah. Okay, and then they kind of got like a thing like that, and then it's like, all right, and then they're like, yeah.
Oh.
And they kind of have like a thing like this on their head, I think. And
the
then
more you draw, the worse it's getting for me.
yeah, it's kind of tough. I'm trying to think. I think they have like some stripes going on in there. Okay. Okay. We got a winner. Thank goodness.
Which one?
I couldn't think of what else to draw. Bridget, final chance to guess. Chad has already found the winner, but go ahead and guess. What do you think it is?
I thought it was gonna be like Chen Pao.
Close. Big Cat was correct. It is Raikou.
I would have never gotten Raikou. I would have never gotten that. I'm gonna be honest with you.
All right, well, Zesty, you win it. For the people saying literally how, I do take full offense. I think that is an incredible.
No, that's a valid response to have.
I really do hope we get all the legendary beasts eventually in the game, because
Ooh.
I can't tell you how cool Raikou like Speedster would be. I think that would be so fun.
Your drawing is not convincing me. But I do agree.
Big fan. All right, well, it looks like our observer's back in. We should be good to go. They're getting ready checks. They're going to be jumping into the match here momentarily. So congratulations to Zesty on winning that one. I think Kyle is likely going to message on Twitch just to let you know who to message on Discord to receive your license code. I think that's how it works. I could be telling you the wrong thing. Who knows? But that's what we're jumping into. All right.
You have to message someone on Discord.
Right. Which I won't be able to tell you.
Which I will not be providing any further instruction on.
Thank you. And exactly. Oh my goodness. All right, chat. We finally have a match coming up for you right now. We are starting the match. We're going to be jumping into our first round of Underdunk. Like Kyle mentioned, we have 17 teams in total, which means that one team is going to be getting that first round bye tonight. It is going to be the team name, which is just another troll in the casters, but that's all right. No more time to fill, Bridget. We're jumping into the draft. Game number 1, Banana Ballers versus New Male Jeans.
Oh, heck yeah. Ooh, and we have some stats. I believe this is from this past weekend. Yeah, not too surprising. Top picks and top bans for the most part, but for this tourney, Psyduck seems to be back on the hit list.
Top prio, jeez, get him out of here. Psyduck ban, Blissey ban, Umbreon ban, so support options getting real slim. When it comes to, obviously Hoopa's still available. We talked a lot about Sableye too, but Gengar being banned is interesting due to Gengar level 100 being on the other team. I think it's safe to say.
Smart.
Gengar in the state it is in, maybe take out the Pokemon that's in the name. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Suicune's gonna be first pick, so we're gonna get to Suicune in our first match, Bridget.
Yay! Got through this ban phase, and I think this will be a strong indication if it will continue to be allowed through the ban phase or not. So I'm glad we kind of get this baseline check. Seeing that Absol and Snorlax, honestly, 2 prio picks we could have seen from this past weekend, both mons that had their stats nerfed down a little bit. I'd say Absol was hopefully enough. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, we get a front row seat to whether it is too broken or not. But yeah, they are gonna be locking it in. So far, Haze on this Snorlax, it has a relatively normal set of items. I don't know if we're gonna see a lot more of that investment of kind of the carry defender and the EXP share attacker, but we got Meowscarada on the squad as well. So New Male Jeans could be running double speedster, double defender so far. Kind of wild to see a build like that due to the meta kind of shifting the way it is. Normally, every time we see double defender, it kind of means double attacker in the backline, enabling some of those poke compositions. But, dive comp with Snorlax and Trevenant doesn't sound too terrible these days either.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if they make this Flail-Axe more of a threat based on whatever this last pick may be, but the Buzzwole and Alolan Ninetales will be the final 2 picks for Banana Ballers. A9 definitely seeing some play over the weekend. Not exactly a Speedster's worth nightmare, but pretty annoying, I would say. An Aegislash for New Male Jeans. Okay. I kind of want to believe the Aegislash, but he did not have a great time overall this past weekend.
Yeah, a weird Pokemon, especially in North America, right? It was statistically so strong in the past and all of a sudden floundering a little bit in the last recent online tournament. So looking to change that a bit in this situation. I mean, Numel teams are going to be wanting to take fights kind of early and often. For Aegislash, that might be a little bit tougher. It does take a little bit while to level. Is going to have a tough lane partner to fight against in that Buzzwole. But once you start moving, you do have a decent amount of hindrance resistance abilities with that wide guard. Maybe they have the chance to kind of block off that Suicune, block off that Alolan Ninetales, and kind of ignore that ice-type annoyance that could be happening again and again, and try to team fight. But either way, we're going to get witness a few fun things coming up very soon here, Bridget. Obviously, you get to see us on cam again, which means you get to see Raikou, which is just great. I really do think I did so good. Really cooked hard. I completely forgot what his face looked like. I knew Sabretooth, and then after that, it was kind of tough.
Yeah, girl, we know.
Either way, Bridget, we got kind of a balanced composition with a brand new Pokemon, like kind of that water-ice double duo of Alolan Ninetales and Suicune on one side, going up against double Defender, double Speedster, with a wild card of an Aegislash. Out of those two compositions, which one are you leading?
I am gonna put my vote into the Suicune. From what I'm hearing, it seems like
share
as soon as I say that, I saw people in chat saying the EXP share, and then I totally forgot. So, gosh, he looks so small.
Yeah, he's like the side of a Vulpix.
So small.
It is absurd. Yeah, maybe I don't want Raikou in the game. His aura would go away. I don't know if I can take that.
He just looks so little. But anyway, first game, 50 years of Underdunk, you guys. We've done it. Let's celebrate.
Just like how Super Bowl has their Roman numerals, we do too. We have Underdunk 50, an exciting one. Big Mac, getting kind of caught out by these Snorlax tackles quite a bit. We talked about the early game matchup between Aegislash and this Buzzwole might be rather difficult, but Snorlax doing a lot of work to help out in that early game deficit. One of the best defenders at the time of the early game. Well, Bot Path is where the action's at right now. These ice types striking first, Suicune entering into the battlefield. Of course, that execute damage on Frozen-type Pokemon is going to be tough to time with an Alolan Ninetales, right? Those little 4 ticks of damage, but if you can line it up well with your boosted auto and Suicune, that's going to be devastating.
So true. I forgot about the ice boosting that Suicune has as well. A lot of people in this top path for Banana Ballers, they were able to secure those birds, but not much of a push was able to be made. Meanwhile, on the bot path, Numel is able to get some dunks in. Okay.
Yeah, challenging. I mean, we talk about a few different attackers that are extremely good at defending those goals with their AoE damage. Suicune, right up there with the best of them now with that Whirlpool set, able to create an area of effect, and then if you miss them the first time, you just move it, and you hit it to wherever they are, and of course, drenching them in the process. So really good maneuver there. Just Honedge trying to jump into the battlefield right now. Is Chad playing really far forward for information? They will go down, but they do know the entirety of Numel Genes playing for this middle experience. Now Banana Ballers has the choice. Do we fight them for it, or do we try to push a tier 1? It looks like bottom path tier 1 push is the choice they make.
Yeah, honestly, good dunks being able to get off from that Alolan Ninetales, but otherwise some solid defense as Numel Genes makes a reverse push in this top path, KOing Buzzwole, and yeah, easily matching them on that point dunk, if not more.
Great decision-making from the team, right? I mean, it's hard to say we trade 1-for-1 on both sides, but currently the points lead, or not anymore, actually. I was going to say momentarily the points lead, favoring Numel Genes, but Banana Ballers able to dunk and score in the bottom path, not only breaking that goal zone, but also getting Gengar level 100 to level 7, letting them evolve as well. Very aggressive push from Big Mac on this Buzzwole, going to bring them all the way to the back line, but the escape is there for Numel Genes, able to walk away. But importantly, Big Mac does not trade their life in that situation.
Yeah, honestly, been a really solid match so far. A lot of skirmishes and scuffles as we make our way to this top path for the first Regieleki. Nice KOs from that Meowscarada, but not wanting to commit just yet to any kind of push, it seems like.
Yeah, it feels like the Speedster's a bit of a split decision. One fighting on the top side, Absol fighting just the Suicune alone. Not enough firepower to take it down. Gengar level 100 gets a KO with a Flame Charge into a boosted auto attack and actually has the ability to chase down the Meowscarada. Unite move pulls back the Snorlax as well, and Gengar level 100 absolutely crushing it with Talonflame in this topside. Goal zone remains at 20. Numel Jeans kind of treating that as a silver lining. If Regieleki lands, it will be a clean, even break, and they get more access to EXP.
Yeah, really nice play from Banana Ballers. Big Absol Unite, trying to get something else to happen after that really successful play from Banana Ballers. They're able to get them off this Regieleki, but I don't know if they're going to have enough power in their tank to win this fight.
Yeah, the problem is Banana Ballers just have so much chip damage, and Numel Jeans not having access to healing, it's starting to hurt them a little bit here. Chad trying to lay down a little bit of support on the Hoopa, and that will be a Snow Globe into a Suicune auto attack for the KO. So impressive stuff from this. Again, I keep saying the attacker duo. Technically, one is an all-rounder. I guess I should call it by its legal name. But either way, Volk trying to play some really good coverage here. This is something I've loved from Volk. We saw it a little bit on the bottom side when trying to protect their teammates from scoring, but just really preemptive whirlpools so they can land the Ice Beam later, freeze a target who tries to enter into a team fight. On the goal zone, it was trying to do the same thing, but just stop a target from stopping a score. Really creative plays with the Suicune so far.
Yeah, I'm loving this A9 combo. I was not super confident in that lane at the beginning, but they, I mean, absolutely crushed that lane as Gengar gets another KO in the spot path. It looks like the Snorlax is trying to guard from any pushes, but Banana Ballers looks like they're just trying to get some XP and guard this bottom objective.
And this is what we talked about, that silver lining, right? We do have the Aegislash able to freely clear a bunch of experience, get up to that level 9, threaten the Unite move, sorry, level 10 even now at this point. So certainly able to catch up a little bit, so their team fighting potential going to be a lot better. And look at those interactions with Suicune, that boosted auto attack being that stream of water able to hit not only the Meowscarada, but even the clone behind it. Really tough stuff. This Registeel has been captured. Our graphics team absolutely crushing it, by the way, but so is Banana Ballers as they are throwing down the hurt on the top side. Eject button smackdown combo from Big Mac. Not going to be able to chase down that third KO. It does elude them from the 3-piece, but a double-double looking pretty solid too.
Yeah, really good fight from Banana Ballers. Just kind of a shame they couldn't capitalize on any sort of points from winning that fight. I guess it keeps them off of their tier 2 on that top path. They didn't really give up many points in the bot path. Overall, you get the XP. That's good enough, surely.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. They are in a tough position, though. So obviously, an even break on top side. I do think the bottom side was an overdunk, but not a large one. An underdunk, if you will. With Talonflame getting a small score, mostly just to get some stacks and get their levels. So now they are at a leading score of 182, but the score with Numel Jeans is extremely close, and they still have the potential of pushing with the Regieleki on top, or even to a tier 1 on the bottom side.
Yeah, Gengar gonna try to get a sneaky goal in. Little does he know he is quite literally surrounded by Numel Jeans, and they make sure to collapse. Good job, guys. Love that play. Looks like they have really great positioning for this Aleki. Really nice momentum for them going into this final fight, kind of adding a little bit of extra pressure for their side. Getting that XP from that pick was obviously very helpful too. I mean, their Absol is level 14, currently the highest level in the game, so that's definitely not the worst spot to be in.
No, yeah, I'm thinking worse for sure. They have their choices now with knocking out a Regieleki, right? They give their split push options. They can push top. They can try to play for bottom. The tough thing is Banana Ballers has Chad on this Hoopa who can bring down a target at any given time. And wow, both these teams really utilizing this crowd control extremely well. I mean, you have the A9 to shut down any movement on one side, and you kind of have this Trevenant, Snorlax, Aegislash trio to shut down on the other. Banana Ballers so far being the winners in that particular variety, but look at Numel Jeans' positioning right now.
Wow.
Completely focused around that Rayquaza pit. Welcome back to Theasky Ruins, folks. The Ray Shields are aplenty.
Oh my gosh, the Ray Shields are large and in charge as Suicune gets caught out by this Absol. Hoopa gonna just ult off rip. Maybe could have waited a little longer for our boy to res, but we are engaging immediately.
Yeah, I think Shad just worried about the initial rip from Numel Jeans. Wanted to have Hyperspace Fury for a little bit of crowd control if it came to it, but that Hoopa Unite move is going to wane out. Numel Jeans basically just biding their time, allowing Hoopa to return back to the little guy form and take a refight in the situation. Trevenant did need to recall. Haze is going to be going on a low HP, but of course that Snorlax Unite move, after those buffs, they can take a fight even earlier. They are going to play the recall, don't want to use that important resource quite yet.
Yeah, I really like this positioning from Gengar. It's kind of sneaky aggro in that bottom L bush so we can follow up on his team. And there you go, Meowscarada and Aegislash down and out, all ready for Numel Jeans. Trevenant Unite coming out. But I think that Banana Ballers may have this.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Defender Unite moves are fantastic to buy themselves a little bit of time, but only Absol is the damage dealer, just not enough firepower. I mean, level 14 or not, that is a lot of bulky Pokemon on the other side as well. AW trying to buy a little bit of time as Meowscarada is joining in, and it is a Floral Flourish attempt to seal the Rayquaza, but it's going to fall short. Banana Ballers secure the Rayquaza.
Wow, I was definitely very scared for that secure, but Banana Ballers trusted, and at the end of the day, you just gotta hit that B button at the right time, and they were able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, a double team Meowscarada is very tricky to shut down mid-rip, right? It's not like one target you can just isolate. You never know if they just throw the clone at you to absorb some of your abilities. A very challenging spot to be. I think that is the correct play call in the end. At the end of the day, would have probably only been 2 Pokemon receiving Rayquaza shields if they were not able to shut it down. Big Mac with a sliver of a Ray shield will not be able to score, but rest easy, Big Mac. You will win this game number 1 against Numel Jeans with a pretty fantastic endgame team fight, despite losing this weekend.
Oh, chill! It's the first game, Zoinks! You've earned this right,
I realized I said it was a fantastic endgame team fight. I want to be a little honest here, you know. It's at a rocky start, but they did lock it down in the end.
I agree. It honestly felt pretty even the first half of the game. Banana Ballers kind of seemed to run away with it. Numel Jeans showing little signs of life, getting that big pick on Gengar, who wasn't playing Gengar. They were playing Talonflame.
Not their choice. It was banned.
It was banned. We all know where their heart lies. So,
yes.
It was a good game, a good set. Honestly, Double Speedster didn't look horrible. That's the EXP share Suicune was definitely the star of the show for me, honestly.
Volt Crush, I mean, EXP share, but still 58,000 damage. I think 14 assists or something like that. I think that is going to be a very frequent number. I think we're going to see Suicune really succeed in those big assist categories. So much ridiculous amount of crowd control, but just big AoEs that you can land, especially with that Whirlpool Ice Beam set, which seems to be by far and away the better moveset on this Pokemon. Personally, I was a huge fan of it. We didn't see Big Mac put up crazy numbers in the Buzzwole department, but it did still feel like a nice answer to what Numel Jeans was trying to do. These speedsters never really having a good option to attack this brawler, and instead just kind of one after another falling down. Meowscarada takes that fight, but look at them, they're just at 2 HP, allows the Talonflame just to chase.
Yeah, and I feel like almost like the coverage from Suicune and A9 as well, like, you can't move if you have a Buzzwole running at you and these two like hitting you from afar. Like the CC is just brutal, clearly.
Yeah, it is. Another interesting part about this Banana Ballers composition is just the lack of like a traditional defender in any way, right? In this category, I guess we're kind of considering Volk on the Suicune to be that role. It's like defender Suicune, and they are playing it in a very similar fashion. I was kind of praising them mid-game about their very early Whirlpool kind of freeze trap setting, and that is very defender-esque. They're even trying to play for vision here in the early moment. This is where I was talking about earlier, but I mean, honestly, I guess it is living up to that role, but it does feel a little more supporty in nature, the way that it was playing out. But, I mean, in terms of role, it does seem to be filling into that defender spot quite nicely.
It is very interesting, like, because you're right, like, based off of, like, what we just saw, especially with its combination with Ninetales, it just felt more like a disruptive support almost, but it definitely has all-rounder stats, which makes it feel tanky. It's definitely an interesting mon. Unite does kind of love to class mons and roles that maybe could flex to a couple different roles, but EXP Suicune was not on the list to see today, so glad we're already at that point.
Perfect. Hey, I love a surprise already. Exciting to see. We asked the question, do we see the Suicune for the rest of the match, right? It was the first pick from Banana Ballers. Is New Male Genes going to allow it to happen again? I actually don't know if that performance warranted a ban. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it was tricky to play into. Both Meowscarada and Absol had a tough time, and I guess it is the damage dealers of New Male Genes wanting a bit more room to breathe. Suicune ban.
Yeah, it's always interesting, like, which players hate which mons more. And whoever, you know, usually complains the most gets their way. So shout out to the Suicune player that you made someone's life very bad.
True.
Or enough players' lives very bad. No Gengar on the table either, and we are seeing that Blissey ban once again. And Snorlax with the prio pick from Banana Ballers.
Yeah, interesting. Above Umbreon, right? Like that, I think is the major thing.
That was
the ban. That was the ban last time from New Male Genes. Instead, we swapped into the Suicune. So now you're in a position where you likely have to pick up Umbreon. Not to mention, it's just a great Snorlax matchup in a lot of ways. So would love to see that Pokemon locked in. But Hayes, with some last-second changes, is going to pick up the Hoopa. So now we're going to see Chad forced onto a different Pokemon. Looked like they were already hovering Eldegoss in their in-game menu. So maybe this composition, a little more Eldegoss-oriented, does have some fun play with the Snorlax.
Yeah, love Eldegoss. Didn't really see it, I feel like, as much this past weekend, or about to say, or the speedsters made my brain melt a little. I don't know what I saw or didn't see. It was very confusing. We are going to see Eldegoss, which is typically a really strong pick, kind of no matter the meta, I guess, unless it's quad speedster meta. So we're learning, we're gaining information, and that's what I'm really here for.
100%. Yeah, we're studying up here in game number 1. I agree. New Male Genes very comfortable on the Trevenant and the Absol picks. We were talking about how high the Absol level was, and I was talking a lot about the Trevenant impact on the game regardless. So I think those picks make sense. One thing, obviously, I think the Eldegoss pick is just kind of one of those generically strong picks. I don't have too many questions about it, other than the fact that the absence of Comfey in such a single Pokemon or two Pokemon carry meta, it feels like we should see that Pokemon rise up in popularity a little bit, but it just is not holding a candle to some of these other speedsters with more impactful Unite moves, it feels like. But either way, final 2 picks for Banana Ballers are going to be the Pikachu, kind of a Rapagata special from what I know, and Big Mac going to lock in that Zarina, going to be going up against the Aegislash in the early game again. This time, no Buzzwole for that early avalanche of damage.
Yeah, that can really run the lane for the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes of the game, to the point where the lane will be theirs and your goal will be gone. And
run the lane, bugs.
Okay.
We're trying it. We're workshopping it. It's
yeah,
okay.
We'll work on that. We'll work on that for the next set. Don't worry.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm loving that we're seeing some Serena. I know in the West we are not big Serena enjoyers, but Japan is addicted to Serena, man. They were first picking it in their finals. Like,
yeah,
they love this guy. So I like seeing it. Like, I like seeing kind of, I don't know, regions meshing together, trying each other's stuff. So I don't know if that's the intention, but that's what I'm projecting onto this situation. So excited to see it in Western tourney.
Yeah, me too. I'm curious on moveset. I mean, I feel like after the triple axle changes in, 2-3 patches ago, it does feel like that is likely the more stronger option. Stomp just not quite there anymore, but I mean, realistically, I feel like you're picking this Pokemon because of that Unite move. It is so strong. And I think we're going to see it into big effect headed into this game. Volt could be jumping into the bottom path this time, playing the traditional defender role on the Snorlax. However, I say traditional maybe with quotation marks in the air. There's no EXP share on this Snorlax. Instead, it wants to throw hands.
Yes, which I was kind of hoping we would see last game, but happy that they've pivoted and gotten on board with my mentality. Snorlax, I think, is still a contender for being a machine with Pikachu on that light bulb duty with the more supportive aspects. Pikachu had a great weekend. I think specifically in Europe, Pikachu went crazy. So super excited to see it. It kind of had a spot in the meta for like a hot second many moons ago, and it is quickly fallen off. So happy when he's back, honestly.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that Unite move is just as broken as ever, I think. So hopefully we will keep seeing Pikachu be incredibly strong. Thunderstorm just nuts. Ever since the change where it can hit 2 targets at once, I mean, literally doubling that value seems really strong. Big Mac knock at level 5, but neither is BJ on the Honedge either. So they're going to get the first chance to evolve into this Doublade, get their first move option, but for now, we're just going to be very conservative. Take that portal. You do have the Eldegoss in the back pocket. Might make a knockout a little bit trickier, but if they can deny this Baltoy secure, they will keep Big Mac at that level 4.
Yeah, honestly, pretty good portals on the side of Numel Jeans. Oh no. We're pausing.
Nah. All right, we'll do a quick pause. Observer has caught the Absol playing very much a mental game, trying to get, in the heads of their opponents, guard their central area, never wanting an invade to happen. It's a bold strategy, but we are going to pause just to make sure everything's okay on there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a macro guy. I don't know what the technology is there just yet, so I trust in this Absol, but it's usually good to make sure the controller or phone is in
100%.
hand still, so...
Exactly, yeah. Give them a chance to join up back in the game. We'll see an honest 5v5 between these two squads. But yeah, so far in this matchup, it's felt like, and so early on in this matchup, it's tough to make some calls, but Numel Jeans having a slightly stronger early game. We've still got Steenie on that top side on the other end, and then, of course, we saw the 3-player attack on the bot side from Banana Ballers fail to get a knockout. So still looking really, really good for our orange side of the battlefield. I'm trying to remember which side is purple and which is orange in-game. Yes, Numel Jeans going to be on the orange side. So an early start from them was looking great, but it's not a long match, but there is certainly a lot more time before the end game. They got to make sure they shore up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. I always feel like the middle birds are kind of a good indicator of how the game will go for me, kind of how that fight goes usually. I find that is a really good momentum check for especially early game, of course, but I do feel like it is kind of like some may say the Reggies are the first contested of the game, but I think those central birds.
Yeah, the central birds are huge. I've always kind of thought of the silver piece, the cornerstone of it all might be that second Reggie on bot side. Ooh. I usually consider to be one of the more impactful objectives of the game. Everyone's got Unite moves. It feels like one of our first real honest team fights, and let's get a heat check on which team is going to perform better in those. It feels like second Reggie on the bottom side usually is where we see that one break down, but it's not always the case. As Pokemon Unite, anything can happen at literally any time. So we don't want to, throw out as we've solved it, we figured out the Da Vinci Code or anything like that. Certainly a lot of options out that are still succeeding. All right, let's talk a little bit about this arena, though, Bridget. You talked a lot about the Eastern preference on this Pokemon. What exactly do you think it is that Serena is going to bring to the table that is so strong and considered such a viable pick in some regions?
Kind of similar to Mimikyu, that shutdown Unite move is just kind of always nice to make someone's day pretty bad, but our day is going to get better because it looks like we're back in the game.
Oof, okay. We see the Doublade go down post-pause to an Eldegoss auto attack. Yeah, you hate to see that. I think they were mid-Sacred Sword escape, so it's not like they really... they were trying their best to make it out of the way, but Shag going to pick up the evolution with that Eldegoss as well. Midbird's going to go over to Banana Ballers as Numel Jeans not able to step up a slow rotate. Sacred Sword looking for the Altaria. Going to fall a bit short, but they do find Fletchender. So they're able to take out Gengar level 100 and Mort fall post.
Wow, yeah, Numel Jeans was late to the party, but they are the party and taking out 2 of the Banana Ballers and making a push on this bottom goal zone, getting some dunks off, almost getting rid of this goal zone. It looks like they might be able to if they want to. Talonflame is trying to tell them, no, please stop, get off my lawn.
I like Gengar level 100's hesitancy there. Almost went for the greedy, I'll hit multiple targets, but did try to actually back up and get the Absol. I think the more creative play. AW tries a really clever eject button Woodhammer combo, but Gengar level 100 just one step ahead on this Talon, able to dodge out of the way. That Fly putting in a lot of work at dodging this crowd control. Great body block by Rapagana, but unfortunately, they take the second snipe shot as well. Tough look for them, but they do save their Talonflame in the process.
Yeah, definitely seeing why this intel was a high prio pick for Numel Jeans. It is already paying off. I was a bit worried. I'm like, the last game there were like 3 speedsters in it, right? But Snipe Shot does allow you to stand pretty far back. Banana Baller is able to get a KO on the Aegislash, and they're trying to make her play for this Registeel.
It does fully reset, though, when it walks over the top side, so they've only just got it down to about half HP. We do have the Inteleon trying to turn and burn, so they swipe around Chad, they do read where that Pokemon is, Chad able to body block the Snipe Shot, but in the end, it is not enough. Hayes the one to pick up the last hit secure on the Registeel. This entire matchup, though, Banana Ballers were sending the Talonflame to the top side. I think Big Mac got KO'd on the Zarina, but Gengar level 100 able to still pocket 50 in that top pad.
Yeah, not a bad point lead, especially since I believe that Inteleon was able to get a pretty nice overdunk on that tier 1 on the bot side. Hayes able to portal everyone up from Numel Jeans to this top path. Banana Baller's kind of looking at their tier 1, but I feel like they're still kind of assessing the situation.
Love the Masks reference. Yeah, they're playing it a little safe. Gengar level 100 feels anything but, though, as they take at least 1 snipe shot to the beak. That is going to reduce so much of their HP. They do find the Snorlax hidden in the tall grass with that Aegislash. AWO2 with another aggressive Woodhammer combo, covered great from behind with that Aegislash, and Absol going to drop the Unite move as well. Half HP on the Zarina. Big Mac attempts the Unite move, is immediately countered as Aegislash gets the KO, but trades in the process. Egg and Hayes, the last 2. Volt Tackle cannot secure the KO. They're going to come back through the portal. Very bold look, but Egg going to try to chase down.
This Pikachu is gaming. Was in the sauce a little bit too deep until being able to actually make it back through that portal, even though he had the Electro Ball on him. He was able to get that HP back before the Electro was able to ball him and then get kind of the reverse KOs. They're trying to wipe out this Alecki. Intel is able to clutch up and secure.
Man, another Zarina Unite move goes awry. Wide guard unstoppable, going to thwart it this time, and Regieleki going to be walking up towards that goal zone. Currently, Hayes looking to be aggressive on this Hoopa. They do have the Unite move, which of course can be used to exchange places with your teammates really quickly, but you can also use it for really big pushes. The big Hyperspace Fury attack has so much great crowd control opportunities, but instead, we're going to be trying to take fights in a few spots on the map. Watt here fighting in the middle. Does have the Unite move, gets him a bit of a stat buff, but it is not enough. Chad and Gengar are going to combine for the KO on the Aegislash.
Yeah, a lot of skirmishes, it feels like, happening right now, but all of Numel Jeans is in this top path. Talonflame landing on Intel's poor little head. Hayes is trying to Hoopa ult to secure this goal zone, and Banana Baller is getting a big dunk in that bot path, actually getting them the lead for, if nothing but a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it brings it to parity. You're right, 108 to 106, so extremely close. 40 points will go in. That leaves it at 11, and we are going to get a kind of strange dunk. Only 44 there to break, but that's all right. We didn't do our math perfectly, but let's just say the Absol needed stacks or something. Who knows? We are going to break 219 for Numel Jeans. A lot better of a look in this game, and I mean, I think we got to call it like it is. It is on the back of this intel. I mean, Egg is absolutely crushing it. Not only the snipe shots are landing consistently, the auto attacks have been really, really well done. Gengar taking a ton of damage, actually has to flame sweep away, and they are going to be finding a Trevenant defending that goal zone. Tough looks for Gengar so far, as they are just having to bail from 2 engagements in a row.
Yeah, wow. The last thing you want to see is a tree in a bush if you're a Talonflame trying to get a little donkey off. So I feel for him, but
if a tree falls in a bush, a Talonflame hears. That is very true.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, that's how the saying goes.
I'm always saying this.
I'm always saying that. Everyone at work is like, "What are you talking?"
I know they're so sick and tired of me saying it, but I truly believe. What did I say again? I don't even know if I can say it. The sentence over again. Ooh, Bridget, look how Numel is posturing for this team fight. Aegislash and Inteleon, two of the most important damage dealers of the core, playing split a little bit from the rest of the squad, trusting in the Hoopa Unite move to maybe bring them in to fight together. But I think Numel just wanting to very carefully clear their own central on this Inteleon and get a little bit more EXP as they are all gathering around that top side.
Yeah, I was definitely feeling fear in my heart when I saw that Intel kind of creeping by this cluster of banana ballers on that kind of like bot corner. Big Mac able to get this 50 off. Hoopa veered from the goal.
Yeah, what a call out. I mean, sees the portal, immediately backs off, doesn't want to try to engage with any target who pops through, but Inteleon actually deciding to not take the portal. Zarina kind of calls the bluff. Big Mac's able to walk up and dunk 50, and now they have the points lead and the positional advantage around the Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, they're in control of this endgame right now. Snorlax, LD, supports and tanks kind of just looking each other in the eye, sizing each other up, you know, vibing out, aura checking.
Just support core things, you know what I mean? It just, yeah, aura checking, vibe checking, whatever it may seem, but the first Pokemon to be kidnapped is that Aegislash. Block brings them away, but the wide guard is there to return. AW with a very bold attack again on this Trevenant, trying to buy a little bit of time. The Eldegoss Unite move pushes them out of the portal, able to shut them down. Shed with an absolutely crushing landing on that Eldegoss is going to start this team fight in a major way, but they have lost Gengar level 100. AW does get a little bit of HP back thanks to that Horn Leech, but it is not enough. The Trevenant going to take the KO as Big Mac absolutely proving this Serena's viability in the team fight.
Yeah, I'm still gagging over the Eldegoss Unite. That was
so sick.
So evil. It was so evil. Really, really nice play by Chad. It is also inherently funny seeing the Flailwax just like sprinting at this Hoopa. This game is ending and I don't know the score.
I actually think it would have shifted if that Absol backcap went in. Gengar level 100 with a very timely respawn, able to walk out, jump on that jump pad and block it away, but there it is. Scoreline 246 to 219 for Banana Ballers. Are going to shut this down 2-0 back-to-back games. In that game, they find an early pick on the Aegislash. Well, rather, they find a chance to take the Aegislash away. The team fight goes in a different direction. But, hey, Chad stepping up to the plate. You don't have Heavy Slam Snorlax to naturally counter that portal anymore. Now that Volk is instead using Flail, someone's got to do it. Great shutdown on that Hoopa portal. Honestly, so clean. And great work from Banana Ballers. Low damage game across the board, except for Egg, with 69 damage. Nice. But so far, looking great. Banana Ballers going to move on in our tournament in 2-0 fashion.
Wow, really great job from Numel as well. I mean, yeah, I'd stick with the Intel, man. You guys have that unlocked. But really, honestly, great job from everyone. Yeah. I feel like both these games were pretty competitive and fun to watch. And but Banana Ballers macro during those last 2 minutes, I mean, the Serena, like... ego checking on that dunk was, I feel like, the perfect momentum they needed to clutch up this game. So really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that, but I'm so glad you brought it up again. That was such a cool play call because, I think a lot of players, as soon as they see that portal animation pop up, they immediately just return back to their team and play the team fight instead, right? But Big Mac having the wherewithal to kind of walk up, understand, hey, nobody's coming, so I guess I'll just score. I'm kind of calling a bluff. Really cool look, and it pays off in a huge way. This was a fun moment for Numel we got here on the replay. Kind of that late to the birds, but the late bird gets also more worms. Another saying that I'm saying all the time.
Yeah, that one's getting old.
Yeah.
I've actually
one time
been
too
talking
many.
about that.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Either way, good shutdown. But man, I mean, I know this is a 2-0 for Banana Ballers. This game 2 was one of the most back and forth like sets we've seen out of an Underdunk, I think, in a minute. Like, it was really fun.
Yeah, honestly. And I loved how, like, kind of different this game felt in terms of comps compared to that first game. Here was that. He got it with the portal. I thought it was the Phantom Force. Nice.
It's true. Also, Egg, where did your snipe shot go there at the end? I think that
I didn't see that.
I think that was I don't have time to charge this snipe shot, you know? We're just going to send it in the full area that it could go, and unfortunately that one goes a little bit wide. But this was yet another Egg highlight reel situation, right? They're able to make it back to that portal. The electro ball literally flies through time and space to chase him down. But Rabagata making it look really good on the Pikachu. But Hayes with the shutdown immediately after.
Yeah, that was such a fun back and forth fight. Like, just such a good Pika Unite into Intel just getting away by the skin of his teeth. Does he have teeth? I don't really know. I don't really want to think about that.
Oh, yeah. Oof, we are opening a can of worms with that one. And this, oh my gosh, what a play. And it looked like there was already like a little bit of momentum with the Aegislash. I don't know what it was. They moved extra far, it felt like, with that Eldegoss crash. But,
was that a taunt? Like, what was that?
I don't know. It felt like maybe they were boosted autoing too or something. Either way, really cool look. Chad absolutely crushing it in that final fight. And I feel like at that point, it was just kind of the writing was on the wall. Chase down those KOs in any fashion. But the Chad, the Banana Ballers, going to be moving forward in our tournament. A Suicune look in game number 1, a Zarina look in game number 2. They certainly got a lot of stuff in the tank. Been very, very exciting to watch. Bridget, anything that you want to call out about something that was awesome in that match before we go to break?
I'm glad the Serena got it together a little. So it is. I do feel like I don't know what it is about the West. It is just not something we find much success with, so I'm always kind of like rooting for Serena in a weird way.
Sweet. Well, I hope we get to see a little bit more here on Underdunk number 50, which we're going to be seeing a lot more competitive Unite matches throughout the night. Don't go anywhere. We're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, I believe we're going to have T3 on screen.
It was a very, very short break. Thank you,
It was.
Zoinks. Thank you, Bridget, for that last set. We are back. Underdunk number 50. I'm calling it the Zoinks birthday edition. It did say featuring Zoinks. Husky and Kyle, doesn't matter. We have Zoinks. We have
We're
Bridget.
not Zoinks, but
We are
I'm
not.
sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't
I'm sorry.
either of our birthdays. We were both Geminis, so
Yeah.
we have to wait at least a couple months.
Wait, what day is your birthday, Kyle? I forget.
May 30th. I'm a May Gemini.
I did know this.
You're
Yes,
a
yes,
June
yes.
Gemini.
Yeah, I am a June Gemini.
Apparently, they're very different from what I know.
It depends. I feel like male May Geminis are very different than June female Geminis, but that's just been my experience generally.
Fair enough.
Guys,
well,
I'm normal. I'm really normal about everything.
we're really normal about this, but we are going to be doing our one giveaway here. We did one during the previous one, so we are going to go ahead. I'm going to do this drawing, and then if you didn't get into this one, I'll make sure to reopen it before the next break. But we're going to go ahead and close the giveaway, and we are going to draw a winner. This is going to be for a Suicune license. Currently, we have 21 people entered. So if you didn't get in, you will get in.
I love how there's gonna be like a delay where we're just gonna like say like, "Oh, you won," and then
And it's Captain Luis!
ooh, it
Captain
comes up on the
Luis!
thing.
Alrighty. Well, congrats,
Let's
Captain
go.
Luis. We will get you the Suicune license. We'll make sure to message our good friend Lordy, and then I need to write that down.
Enjoy your broken thing. We've got a game. Getting right into a T3 verse Endless with the Blissey ban, Meow ban as well. They do not want to see the Meowscarada, which is interesting because of the Speedster nerfs. The Speedster 4, interestingly, have been nerfed kind of, but just reverted, but we're still seeing priority on these bans. Absol also getting banned here.
I mean, I think that they're still really strong. The defense penetration definitely didn't do nothing. It's definitely still something that a lot of teams are putting stocks into, as evidenced by the 3 bans along with the Blissey. Blissey also had a relatively high play rate this past weekend, but teams are, I mean, we're seeing it already. Sobi is prioritizing this Suicune.
Yeah, we got inside information from Schmiedy herself, the team manager, the reason for T3's success, that Sobi has been playing the Suicune today in some of these matches, so I'm excited to see how it works out. I don't know if we will see it as the EXP share Suicune that we saw previously only be allowed into 1 game, but no, she did throw on the EXP share, so maybe EXP share Suicune is the vibe. Pure also building the all-rounder focused Snorlax.
All-rounder Snorlax was very fun to watch. Not fun to play against if you ever had a chance while it was in that super broken state. I still think it's going to be still very great right now, especially the flail build. I mean, you see that rapid fire scarf on it, so it makes me think that they are going to be just throwing some hands over at Endless. Flareon's on that coveted Miraidon that Sobi clearly does not want to play ever again. So it's going to go over to the hands of Flareons, but the counter to this Miraidon is Zoro Comfey. That is going to spell maybe a little bit of problems for Endless.
I am actually very surprised to see Flareons going with the Miraidon instead of Inteleon here. I feel like with the Umbreon frontline, with the Psyduck, with the Buzzwole, I feel like Inteleon would do really well into the Suicune especially, as well as Double Speedster, and especially with Flareons running it. I'm a little confused about the Miraidon pick, but still, Flareon's a very prominent attacker player. Still going to do exceptionally well with this Pokemon. But yeah, Kyle, I feel like, how do you feel about Miraidon recently? I feel like we haven't seen it as often.
It's kind of fallen off, and I think a lot of that is Miraidon does not historically go well into Speedsters. So when we saw how wild and crazy the free reign that they had this past tournament, we kind of saw Miraidon fall down. Now, if we did see, and we often did, right, a lot of those Speedsters in that bans phase, so all 4 of them, the Speedster 4 as they've been.
The Speedster 4, yeah. The
I
Fantastic
love that.
4.
The fantastic Speedster 4. So I think Miraidon, once those Speedsters are kind of out,
yeah,
it kind
but
of
they're
has
not.
a little bit more play. But yeah, this
But
is
there's
a
still
little
Double
scary.
Speedster on
This is a
T3
little
side. We
scary.
saw that Zeraora and Zoroark with the Comfey. So, I mean, I did just see Double Speedster not work in the previous set. Maybe it'll work for T3. Let's see what we go.
We'll see. We're going to see T3. Pure is going to be heading towards this top path with this carry Snorlax, Buzzwole, and Psyduck. Going to be meeting them up there while Flareons, along with Duskrunner on this Umbreon, are going to take to the bottom path.
So we've got the Sobi. I can't stop. We said it like one time where we like messed up. The Sobi down there with the EXP
Sobi
share.
one
And this
Kenobi.
is, you know, exactly. Sobi one Kenobi on that Suicune. Now, I feel like I want to watch this Suicune pretty heavily throughout the match because it is an interesting choice for your EXP share. It's like a better, bulkier Alolan Ninetales, which is another Pokemon we often see in that EXP share slot. But look at that. Wow, already getting an eject button out of Dark Blue.
Umbreon going to grab a quick stack there against the purple side squad. We have 2v2 now, third coming down. It is this Fletchinder. It's looking to hunt down, but they see that Zoroark looming in the tall grass and think twice of it. 850 birds getting ready to set up, but this Zoroark is maybe pivoting towards the top. I think they're just going to get out of there and maybe concede this basement path.
I wonder if they didn't see the Talonflame down there or just wanted to have a player advantage in the top path. But regardless, it just kind of means that Endless kind of just gets control over most of those birds there in the bottom path, while T3 has focused on the top path. Anon, though, in trouble.
Oh, Dark Blue getting taken out. Zoroark sending them back to the Pokemon Center. And this Comfey Collar is looking mighty fine on this Zoroark. Suicune's able to pick up the Fletchinder. Going to peel towards this Umbreon now. And you have Flareon's getting another stack. And we have that Electro Drift build on it.
Yeah, Sobi chasing down the Umbreon finally gets them. They really wanted to make sure they secured that KO. Now looking for Flareons. And look how slow they are with the Whirlpool as well. And wow, the Whirlpool almost follows Miraidon for the entirety of an Electro Drift. That is a really interesting counter.
Very interesting. It's the first interaction I've gotten to see with it, so I'll be very interested to see how this plays out, especially towards the late game when Miraidon is starting to scale a little bit higher. Still in the top path, we have Buzzwole along with the Psyduck going to continuously take their wild Pokemon XP. Center area looks like a lot of that was gobbled up by T3. Looking at the points in the pockets along with the levels, level 8 already on this Zoroark.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would expect from the Double Speedster composition, and especially on your central area Pokemon that fares very, very well in the early game. Level 8 now nearly level 9, just jumping right in on top of Dark Blue, even through the Psyduck stuns there. Dark Blue will go down. That gives Zoroark level 9.
4v1 in this top path now. Goal zone down. They're going to peel towards this Regieleki. However, on the bottom side, Endless has now taken favor of this basement Reggie. Zeraora looking to just hold this goal zone, making sure that no more points go on in. Regieleki is going to be cleared by T3. Maybe put some pressure on their T2 pad. Regirock looming in this basement path. And now T3 has arrived and the cavalry is here.
I am realizing, watching these games right now, how much I missed the Sky Ruins. So we do see Flareons going down here. T3 securing both objectives early, but it's just one of those things that, like, wow, you can kind of just pick the path you want to go to depending on the game's state, and you don't just have to go to Dreadnought, which is always fun.
Zeraora, they're choosing to go back to the Pokemon Center. Talonflame makes quick work of them. Now, guarding their goal zone, making sure no additional points go on in. Right now, T3 is in the advantage, 132-70. However, Buzzwole looking to cut into that. A nice 40-point dunk on the top path. It's going to almost level up the score. Now still only a 27-point differential. Now Zoroark is going to try to get onto this Umbreon. Looks like they might have full healed that mean look, so great play by them.
Mid-game now is where we start to see the Double Speedster comp tend to struggle. We see Sobi getting taken out, targeted by the Buzzwole Unite move, and looking for more. They find Zealot with a big superpower. They will also go down. Now Pure has to try to get out with the Flail. Finally able to, because unlike the Attacker and the Speedster that are Suicune and Zeraora, Snorlax is a little tanky.
Very tanky. Buzzwole trying to do their best, but Zoroark and Zoroark on the same team is kind of criminal for my mouth right now because I cannot say the same thing. But either way, Zoroark getting a Quadra KO, making a Penta as they take out Talonflame, and Anon is level 12 already, and it's not even the halfway mark.
Look at Anon doing a little victory lap with the beautiful Rainbows Hollowware effect spray, just really showing off that Penta they're able to pull off right there. I mean, that's the Zoroark Comfey, right? You can't take it down, and it just combos so quickly. You just have to try to CC it before it can get those combos off, and all of the CC moves are down. But that could be a struggle for this Zoroark in the late game because you have something like a Psyduck to worry about.
Huge secure there from Flareon's able to take the Regieleki. That is an absolute needed objective for them. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on T3. We're going to see more of a little bit of a fight. Electro Drift is going to connect on the Suicune, however, healed up by the Comfey. Regieleki still unable to advance, but Endless decides to vacate the premises while Zeraora able to take out another Regirock for T3.
I am watching Pure on this Snorlax get out of situations that they have absolutely no business getting out of. Also trying to handle the Regieleki while the rest of Endless is trying to handle them. And finally, Pure will go down. Regieleki walks in on 1 HP, Kyle.
Oh, that's incredibly criminal. 10 seconds left on this. Endless is going to close out that goal zone. 23 points on in. Plasma Gale out. Takes out the Umbreon. Zeraora trying to get away, but Buzzwole is going to take a Super Swole Slam or a Smackdown combination. Flareon's on the brink of a KO. Suicune closes them out. And I think the damage is done. Endless did get their points, but they lost a few Pokemon in the progress.
Yeah, but they're not doing too bad here, right? Endless, it seems like they are on the back foot of some of these fights, but I feel like it tends to seem like that when you're up against the speedster composition because of how easily they're able to just chain KOs. I mean, you have a level 14 Zoroark, but it's still a Zoroark. One mistake, one CC move against level 13 Talonflame, level 13 Miraidon, they have more than enough damage to handle this Zoroark. So Anon has to be really, really careful heading into our late game to make sure that they are not getting taken out. Or at least if they are, they have the Zeraora ready to clean it up.
Nice KO from this Talonflame. Big pull from the Zoroark. Pulls Psyduck into danger. Psyduck's going to push Snorlax away from them and keep their team upright. A little bit of a scuffle there. Could have been very scary, but no real big KOs found. Looking for a KO, though, is Anon once again, and it's Comfey that closes them out. Almost connects with the Electro Drift, but the base is too powerful.
That is so funny that the Electro Drift tracks if they go back to base, so it just went the opposite way. That's so funny. That's like when you Shadow Sneak with Mimikyu, and if they go back to base, then you just end up in front of the base. It's such a weird bug that happens, but it is a funny interaction. And it looks like, though, we do have T3 taking this Regirock right before Rayquaza hits the map, but that does mean they give up advantageous positioning in the pit.
Pure does see the Umbreon hiding in the Pixel Bush. A nice discharge pull from the Psyduck. Plasma Gale directly on them. They're living on 1 HP in a dream. Talonflame is going to use that Flame Sweep. That's going to take Zeraora back to the Pokemon Center. Nobody from Endless has fallen just yet. Miraidon utilizes their Unite move. Meteor's raining down, and we have maybe a refight going to be happening here.
Great engage, but unfortunately Zell just got a little bit excited. We now have Dark Blue getting a little bit excited, looking for Pure. Will not be able to get them, Kyle.
Oh, and Anon is going to try to use their Unite move. Comfey also trying to keep them upright. Buzzwole is getting dangerously low. Huge play there. Pure takes them out. Now we have a Talonflame engage. They take out Snorlax, but Zoroark, is able to take out the Talonflame. So each team trading some KOs. Zeraora back in the fray now, and this game has kind of gone to a little bit of a stalemate. 1 minute left, and it's a very close battle.
Zeraora trying their best to get this done here.
Crazy.
And now Anon in very, very deep gets caught here. Will they be able to get caught by the Miraidon? Wow. They will actually go down to an Electro Drift really, really deep there for Zoroark, and now taking down that level 15 Zoroark's going to be really difficult for T3 to come back, but they are able to take Miraidon.
Miraidon goes down, but Talonflame is able to get some additional KOs from T3, so 2 members down each way. Another Unite move from Zero or Psyduck with a nice sneaky back cap is going to give Endless the lead, 66 points, so a little bit over a 50-point advantage now. T3 is vacated the Rayquaza premises and looking for a score. However, Zero Aura now heading back there. Snorlax is going to try to grab Vision. Zoroark is now there. Rayquaza's starting to get chipped. Already at half, Psyduck is grabbing some Vision. We have Umbreon going in. Still only 10 seconds. We're going to see who gets the secure. It is Zoroark.
They
got
10
seconds left. You got to get your points in. Flip the burgers. Dunk them in. Are they going to have time here, Husky?
4 seconds. 3 seconds. Can Snorlax get it? They do. Pure with 1 second left. 48 points go in as well on the bottom pad for the Comfey. Another 100 points for the Snorlax. It is going to be T3 on the brink. The last 3 seconds of the match. Able to take it. 475 to 254. Wow. That was a great call to pivot back onto the Rayquaza there. Just rip it as fast as possible. Try to get in their last second scores. What a game, Kyle.
Wow. Incredible call. Honestly, you said it right. You saw that, I believe it was Zealot along with Pure. They were hovering that T2 goal zone. They thought maybe we should try to go, but they saw that Umbreon was there. They saw that Psyduck was there. And that's just those points aren't going in. You needed 70, so they immediately pivoted back to Rayquaza, started ripping it, and oh my gosh, that was at the buzzer when all those points went in.
That really, seriously could have gone either way in that moment. It was really just the shot calling from Zealot to be able to just run back into that pit and make sure that they took control of that Rayquaza. I mean, when the timer gets so low like that, I feel like it's so easy for teams to just panic. Pure and Zealot could have kept fighting that Umbreon on pad and look for potential score, but at that point, they don't know how far behind they were, and they don't have a small enough pocket of points to try to wait for that Umbreon to go down. And I mean, in terms of how good T3 did in this match, they definitely deserve to win it. I mean, if I'm a non getting a penta in a competitive game, I'd hate to end up losing that one. Good call from them.
I mean, Endless, definitely not a normal team. This is a pickup squad, but very familiar faces. Obviously, Flareon's Dark Blue, a few other, Duskrunner. I mean, there's a lot of players that play on various teams, so not a slouch of a team. And T3 definitely made this Zoroark along with the Zeraora. I'm never going to be able to do that.
Zeraora
arc. Either way, the Z Pokemon. We're gonna call them the Z Squad. The Z Fighters. Is that Dragon Ball Z? The Z Fighters? Is that what they call them?
I don't know.
Someone in chat correct me if it's the Z Fighters in Dragon Ball.
They just need to switch out for Zacian. Get the other Z Fighter in there. I don't know who you replace it with, though. Pure on the Snorlax also was looking fantastic all game. Just like, you think you deal with the speedsters fine, and then here comes Snorlax, which is the secret speedster, just dealing with everybody else. Oh, this was the great pull there. I love the discharge pull when it works out.
Fantastic stuff. Yeah, I love seeing a good discharge pull and just bringing some Pokemon into danger, into really where you don't want to. I think there are a couple really great ones from T3. And this is a very scary Ray fight, back and forth all around. I mean, no one was really getting any advantages, and they just didn't have a ton of rips. So, you'd get a Pokemon down or 2 Pokemon down, and neither squad really had the capacity to just take Rayquaza off the map.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that I also want to point out is the engage from the Zeraora that got them ultimately KO'd. I think that T3 did a fantastic job of backing off right there, because that was Endless's chance to push their advantage. And the only one who was really willing to do that at the time, prepared to do it, was Buzzwole. And then they were able to capitalize on that Buzzwole engage right back. So it was a really good job from them to just kind of back off, regroup, be like, all right, we lost our Zeraora. Now we need to press for time.
The Hail Mary play here at the buzzer. Zeraora taking that, and we're not going to see the rest of it because we are going right back into game number 2 between T3 and Endless. Bans already flying through. We got Blissey, Absol, Meowscarada. So looking pretty similar so far. The only thing that's missing is the Gengar. However, they swapped that out for the Talonflame instead.
And the question is T3 going to prioritize the Suicune again, or are they going to grab that Gengar? Because would they rather deal with the Suicune or the Gengar? And the answer is there. They want to give Sobi that Suicune again. Looked fantastic previously in that EXP share slot, which means Flareon's is going to be able to pick up the ghost cat looking thing. I don't know what's it called, Gengar.
It's pronounced Genjar, actually.
Genjar.
Genjar, yeah. It's a soft G. Genjar.
Genjar.
I do find this very interesting. In what I mean by that is a lot of these teams that have been picking Genjar, also known as Gengar, they're utilizing it in that bot lane attacker slot that would typically be, saved for, your mages, maybe, your Miraidons like last match.
Woo! Wiggly!
But yeah, I've seen a lot of teams utilize it in that capacity, and it kind of makes sense based on how Gengar's kit is.
Yeah, I think that the Gengar bot path attack, I feel like that's kind of like been a thing, which means that in Endless's composition right now, they are going to need a central area Pokemon, which with the exact same composition that we've seen previously on T3, what are they going to go with here? There's a lot of options that they have, but they had trouble with that double speedster composition previously, so we have to see what they end up going with. They're hovering the Alolan Ninetales.
I would love the Alolan Ninetales. It kind of helps against the heavy dive that T3 has. I mean, you're running the Z squad again, the Z fighters, and that's...
Yeah, the Z fighters,
is T3
which it was confirmed.
Us? Is T3 trolling? It was confirmed. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, Z fighters.
Yeah, they're totally trolling us. I'm never gonna be able to say both of those. I'm just gonna have to say Z fighters.
Zeraora Arc. Yeah, it's fine. It works out. And we do end up having the Alolan Ninetales locked in there. So I wonder if we will then see instead Flareon's pivot to the central area and send the Alolan Ninetales into the basement path. I feel like that kind of makes the most sense. You have Gengar level 5 very early. Another thing that I do want to point out again, because I did do a little woo about it, but I just think that it's important to mention, Wigglytuff has made it into this match. One of my favorite things to say, I say this all the time, play Wigglytuff, you cowards. And now they're playing it. So I feel like maybe that could be the answer to the speedster burst that you need. Cute Charm, ridiculously annoying. And even when you have the full heals, full heal has a much longer cooldown than Sing. So you're going to fall asleep. And it's going to be up to T3 to figure out how they're going to deal with that.
It's not easy to deal with, especially when you have those speedsters, right? Like, Zeraora wants to be in your face. Zoroark. I said it right this time. In the game, it's going to be completely different. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's going to be tough because that Q Charm's going to proc. You're not going to hit the right target. It could be just really, really tough to deal with, especially if you're calling out who you want to attack, and Wigglytuff just throws that big ol' wrench right into it. However, game 2 starting. We're going to have this Gibble Cheese along with the Psyduck head towards that top path.
Yeah, I mean, all you need on Endless is the Darkrai, and you would have had the full sleep composition, assuming that Gengar does go Dream Eater. I feel like you could go either way with this composition and Gengar. I feel like Dream Eater is going to be the easiest thing to go with against what this composition has in store, but I could also see Hex for the rip.
You could see either way. Not a whole lot of secure, so I think, I mean, you could go either way with it. I do love Hex for the rip, but you do have that Garchomp. A little bit of a fight going on up here. You got that Comfey collar going to be sported on that Zeraora. A little bit of a scuffle. Gibble going to try to grab it and able to get a lot of those last hits is Endless. I mean, look at this. 25 points on Dark Blue and almost evolved.
Yeah, they're going to evolve off of this here. We will see them hit that Gabite level 5. That means they already have access to a lot of rip. And now 4 members of T3 in the top path, 3 members of Endless up there as well. Zoroark not being able to get any instant KOs. So ultimately, being able to survive a Zoroark level 5 gank is a huge win for Endless.
Yeah, but it's not done yet. Zoroark is going to take a little adventure into the central area of Endless. Haunter is going to meet them, and it is a little bit of a Dream Eater. Psyduck with a great response. Eject button burn from Psyduck. Zoroark still on the prowl, trying to find a KO. Wiggly responds, puts them to sleep. Here comes Haunter, looking to take down Zoroark. They dash away. Another eject button burn by the Wigglytuff. Surfs up, though, for Psyduck. Zoroark is just barely living, and Haunter finally closes them out.
Oh, the jukes. That is devastating for Endless. That would be so tilting if Anon got out of that situation. Luckily for Endless, they do not have to rage quit just yet. But we do have T3 providing enough of a distraction to handle all of those central area birds. And now Endless did get some points in, so we're not in a bad spot.
Not at all. Psyduck is going to get away from this Zeraora. Zoroark now looming into the tall grass. They're going to make their pounce, find the Psyduck, take them back to the Pokemon Center. Zeraora now looking to take down this Garchomp. The Get Bite still. They're going to pop a little bit of slow smoke. Is the Comfey going to attach to Zeraora once again? Garchomp holding the goal zone, doing a pretty good job.
Wow.
Only 1 point going in so far, but T3 with a really great push there. They find the Get Bite finally. Psyduck's head gauge just a tad late.
What a fantastic hold from Dark Blue, regardless, even if they ended up getting taken down in the end. That was absolutely huge. And it did give the opportunity for Endless to push into the basement path, and now they will extend their lead. So just 1 point on the board for T3 right now, while Endless is racking up those points in the bottom path. 60 points already going in.
T3 has really prioritized this Regieleki. They're going to immediately start ripping in it. Psyduck looking for maybe a hero play, unable to do so. Zoroark able to take out the Regieleki. It's going to push towards this T1 goal zone. Psyduck on the defense. However, this is a tall task. Zeraora able to take them out. Regieleki going to be walking on in, and points are going to rain down for T3. Bottom side, though, goal zone down there. Endless takes that.
Points are raining down regardless. I mean, Wigglytuff even putting in another 28 points in the bottom path tier 2 goal zone, which I love that play. You know, you win bottom path. If you have an opportunity to score some more points, just keep going. Zoroark having to use that full heal right there, but it doesn't matter. Flareon's the big Dream Eater. They will go down, and maybe Gengar was the answer. They should have just kept that band.
And Flareon's looking pretty good. Going to try to take out Pure. Pure going to heavy slam. A little bit of a full heal. Unite move is out from the Gengar, looking to hunt somebody down. Unite move out from the Wigglytuff now just to cleanse some of that crowd control. Zeraora able to take out Gengar with a huge Plasma Gale. Wigglytuff next on the chopping block. Suicune be able to make quick work of them. Anon going to try to find this Garchomp, but it might be a little bit of a tall task. A little bit of a push down here. Zeraora going to spark the discharge. Unite moves come flying out from Ninetales. The defense is on. Great play from Psyduck is going to take out the Suicune.
This is just mind games Pokemon Unite going back and forth between these two teams. We had so many Unite moves pop to try to avoid the other ones. It was like we saw so much more responsive Pokemon Unite than we normally see in that fight. And then ultimately, Zeraora with the big Plasma Gallons of taking down the Gengar, but just the timing and the talent that goes into being able to execute a play like that. And it's not over. The full heal perfectly timed on the Dream Eater. And look at that play. Anon goes right in. They will go down, but they take out the Gengar.
Wow, big plays here. Garchomp misses the Dragon Combo, unable to scoop up the Suicune. Sing is out from the Wigglytuff, going to try to put some Pokemon to sleep. However, that song falls flat. Suicune sends them to the Pokemon Center. Basement Reggie is still up. Nice play from Garchomp, is going to go. But, oh, look at this play from this Gengar. Does stop the Zeraora, and they take out Flareons. No. 40 points going to be going in on the top path. Great response here from Zealot.
Oh, no way. Zealot able to take down the Gengar, and it was just at that exact time that Wigglytuff was sent down to the basement path. They would have been able to stop that goal if not. And now T3 pushing forward, looking for this Regice. It's about half, and they're very low. Everybody's low, Kyle.
Oh, great play from Pure. However, it's a better play from Endless. Zoroark does take out a couple, but Gengar, those Flareons, was able to secure that Regice for Endless, and that's going to be a nice cleanup for them as well, as Psyduck gets a KO streak of 2. Gengar close out the Suicune, and not only that, but they're also able to take out this Regieleki, so they're going to turn some of this XP into some points.
What a match right now. We just have this back and forth gameplay, looking for this break right here, but they're going to delay it. That's a common play among teams, just trying to delay the experience from spawning in that top path for as long as possible after the Regieleki goes in. But T3 wants to capitalize potentially on pushing into this basement path. Just Wigglytuff down there right now, but here comes the rest of the team.
There we go. Here comes Garchomp. Eject button into the Dragon combo is going to try to stop some of these points from going on in. It is a stop, but it's not for too long. Unite move comes out from the Garchomp, takes out the Zoroark. Another Dragon combo looking to hunt down Pure on the Snorlax. Comfey is going to try to top them off with their HP, but it's a tall task as Flareon gets a KO streak of 3. Zeraora with a counter KO onto the Alolan Ninetales, and great little defensive stand here for Endless.
Yeah, fantastic response from Endless to capitalize on coming down into that basement path. They see everybody on T3 moving down into the bottom path to look for some points, and now they have not only held that goal zone, but they have a pretty decent lead right now heading into our 2-minute and 30-second mark, and being able to take down Zoroark once again. I mean, they have not let this Zoroark get to the point that they were at in the previous match, and that's already a huge advantage for Endless.
Been a pretty good match for both squads in various ways. Endless obviously has that point advantage, but T3 is gathering here. They are getting in position quite early.
Noticeably, Pure is running Heavy Slam this game, and I wonder why, because though I do like the Heavy Slam, I feel like the Flail was so great previously just for that extra damage, and now you're kind of missing that little bit of extra damage that the Speedsters can't necessarily provide in the late game, and I feel like if T3 ends up losing this fight, that choice to run the Heavy Slam instead of the Flail might be why, especially against that Gengar.
4 members hovering this basement goal of Endless, with the Garchomp looking for a flank on the backside. Zoroark looking for a way in. Zeraora also doing the same. They want to make sure to watch this Wigglytuff. A little bit of an engage here from Pure, but both teams very hesitant to walk in. Suicune is going to start the party. Surfs up from the Psyduck. Pure once again with an engage, but Flareon takes them out. Wigglytuff takes out the Snorlax, actually.
Wow.
Flareon gets the combo, but does the most damage, but Wigglytuff with a good response. Garchomp now looking for a way in. Dragon combo into the Unite moves, looking to hunt down the Zeraora, able to push them all the way back to their T2 goal zone. Suicune's able to take out the Psyduck. Big KO right there for T3.
What a fantastic bait and switch right there from Zealot, almost getting caught by that Garchomp in the bush. The focus band is popped. Dark Blue is staying alive. Wow, what a focus band. Never mind! We've got the Suicune coming in with the big Whirlpool Ice Beam combo. Freezes them in their tracks. They are now back in the Pokemon Center. But this fight right now is back and forth, and T3 has to be the one to make a move.
They do. They are down right now. Some Pokemon are back in the Pokemon Center. 3 members down. Zoroark getting a double KO. Points are starting to fly in, but it's not quite enough. 100 points is going to give them the lead. 25 seconds left. It's just Gengar and Psyduck to try to make a play. But frozen solid is Gengar, and they're back in the Pokemon Center. Psyduck is their only hope, and there is no Obi-Wan Kenobi to save them.
No Obi-Wan Kenobi. She is down in the basement path instead, defending against this push from Psyduck. And after an incredible push into the Tier 1 goal zone, untouched Rayquaza, T3 is once again going to pull out a nail-biter of a win.
Incredible set from T3. They played 2 Rayquaza fights to perfection. 298, 246 is going to be your final here in Game 2. T3 moving on to your winners semifinal. Incredible work here from all involved. I loved watching Sobi on this Suicune.
The Suicune is looking really, really good. I mean, the Whirlpool timing with the ability to reposition the move and making sure you get that drenched condition on the enemy Pokemon just sets up so many opportunities for your team, which is why I really feel like I have liked the EXP share on it. But this time, we did have Pure running the Defender build, Snorlax, and obviously the Comfey as well. So I feel like you can kind of go either way with the Suicune, which is really, it makes it really flexible in your drafting phase as well. And we see this time Sobi leading the damage numbers across both teams, but also on their own team as well. So damage build Suicune also performing very well.
Let the record show that neither of us ever doubted Pure's full tank Snorlax. Let the record show. Let's strike anything from the record that may have been said about wanting
all right,
instead.
But no, okay, all right, Kyle, stop. First of all, And first of all, Pure got immediately deleted in that fight. And for a second there, it looked pretty good for Endless. But again, T3 just has this ability to recognize when they're a little bit behind and need to back out. Instead of fully trying to commit, they saw, okay, yeah, Pure's deleted by Flareons right there in that situation. Didn't even get to use the Unite move. They're like, that means we're going to have to just try to set up for a refight instead and come back at it later. And Heavy Slam was very valuable. I do wish we saw the flail again just because, you know, it's funny. But let's take a look at some of these replays. This
it was all part of the
back
plan.
And forth from Anon was ridiculous in this early game.
What was the case? Was it the burn from the Haunter that finally was that last tick of damage? That's gotta feel bad
burn.
because they would have gotten away too. They would have totally.
There it is. Okay. We're rewinding this play. We've got, Anon goes back through the Will-O-Wisp. It hits the Will-O-Wisp and then gets taken down by the burn. So ultimately, the Jukes ended up getting them KO'd in the end just because of them sliding back through that Will-O-Wisp. What a time. There's a lot of ankle breaking in this match. I'm sure we'll see that Zeraora play a little bit later as well.
The Z Fighters in full effect with their Jukes. Gengar doing so much damage. The amount of burst that Pokemon still has, regardless of the reversions of the stat increases, was on full effect here. Flareons did look fantastic a lot of the way, but Zeraora is the speedster counter. You saw it get a lot of play this past weekend into those speedster compositions.
Yeah, and that one as well. That Zeraora Unite move just exactly at the right time as soon as Flareons popped up from the Unite move. Wait, what's Gengar's Unite move called?
Phantom Ambush.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years. But they timed it perfectly right there. And again, we're seeing this play that was just like so many fights that were like reactive fights that you don't often see.
This
again,
was insane.
Zealot with the huge Unite move, just juking around that Gengar even though they got comboed. What a huge play there, ending up getting 40 points off that.
Just barely surviving that Gengar combo. So that was pretty incredible for Zeraora. And then, like you said, getting the extra 40 in was really nice. This was a really good secure here from Flareon, stealing the stretch ice away and then immediately turning this fight into just a bloodbath.
What a perfect secure. Just so much micro ability showcase in this set. It's so much fun to watch when you just see this back and forth constantly. And this stand from Endless was huge. I really thought after they were able to take down the Zoroark again, we still didn't have level 13 on it. I thought for sure Endless was in such a better position to have won this game ultimately in the end. Because look at the triple KO from Gengar. Huge.
Huge, massive, large, Wigglytuff stealing a KO from Flareon's not very cash money of them. Very unfortunate there.
The juke. There it is.
There's the juke, yeah.
The juke.
I thought for sure Zeraora was going to be just having to go back to base. They did. This is a good play here. Dark Blue kind of getting caught off guard. You saw the focus band proc and just not able to survive through all of that damage. Great play by Sobi, freezing them in their tracks. And this was the final stand. Endless needed to hold their goal zone, unable to do so. Too much damage from T3.
Yeah, just too many members of the team, right? The Gengar could only target one player at a time, which makes it not very good to be the only one down there for a defensive stand. And, you know, that's where we saw Gengar getting taken down there, the points raining in, and at that point, T3 had it won. And I mean, I guess the moral of the story is Gengar is really, really good, but you don't want it to be the only thing alive defending your goal zone.
Yeah, gotta go over this match. Oh my gosh, why am I so blurry? Weird. It's doing the thing again.
Blurry Agent Kyle.
Blurry Agent Kyle. They call me Blurry Face, and I don't care what you think. I dropped that line to you. When was that? Earlier this week?
Yeah, either way, it's like yesterday.
We are going to talk about the top 8. We are going to be going down to another game here very soon. But before that, let's take a look at the bracket, kind of how we got there. We are going to be going to match O. So if you do click on your exclamation point bracket, that is where we are going to be heading. So it is going to be T3 versus Tempo Tantrum will be next on the chopping block. But, folks, don't go anywhere. Maybe take a break, grab a drink, grab a snack. And after we get back from break, we are going to go ahead and take our next raffle. So make sure to do enter or exclamation point enter or tickets. If you haven't, it is only one entry. So if you do get that message that says not enough tickets or whatever, then That's why.
Blurry Kyle. I think it's trying to focus on Lucario. It wants Lucario to cast instead.
Lucario cast, please.
It wants Lucario. Make
All
sure
right.
you guys enter into the giveaway. We will be taking a very quick break, and we will be back with more T3, everybody's favorite. See ya soon.
Bye-bye.
Everybody, welcome back to Underdunk number 50, the big 5-0, and we're celebrating with a very fun matchup now that we're already into our winners semifinals, I believe. We're going to have T3 going up against Tempo Tantrum. Poor Kyle and Husky had to deal with an overabundance of Z's. We're dealing with an overabundance of T's. Just a tough time for all of us. Bridget, how you doing?
Not too bad. I'm thinking about all the T words I'm gonna have to be saying, but I will be very brave about it, and I'm excited we get to see Tempo Tantrum.
Yeah, me too. A squad we have not had on broadcast so far tonight. This is, of course, Datboy Muck's team. Real player, Raptor, Byron, Karma going to be filling out this roster. So in a very exciting team. And you all got the chance to witness T3 in action last game. We'll see what Tempo Tantrum can do and try to respond to really such a strong team. T3 getting away with 2 Suicune first picks in a row. I have a hard time believing that Tempo Tantrum is going to allow that momentum to continue.
Yeah, looks like they're hankering for a third since they do have that first pick spot. But Tempo Tantrum maybe checked out the stream or Unite API. The Suicune is the first ban for them.
Okay. I am curious how Sobi feels about that. Like, if she feels like she's in Suicune jail, or if they really do like that Pokemon a lot. We'll see. Either we're going to have a chance to play likely a different attacker, going to be the most likely option. A lot of support bands taken immediately. So something like a Hoopa or even an Umbreon is definitely going to be a Pokemon considered with a lot of high priority in this first pick position. We saw a little bit of Wigglytuff, but it's actually going to be the Speedster Demon himself, Absol, could be picked up for a non.
Yeah, definitely interesting and a little different from the first set we were able to watch, where I feel like Snorlax was still kind of reigning supreme. Okay, there he is. I was like, really? But I definitely see the value of all these bans. I just feel like Snorlax is, I guess, just not quite bad enough to ban.
Yeah, it does feel somewhere in the mix there, right? Like, it's not quite the dominant. However, if you see our top pick rate, recently it's been doing pretty well. 65% pick rate and a 55% win rate. I do like Tempo Tantrum's draft up until this point, though. Getting the Umbreon and the Snorlax allows for your late-game Unite moves to feel really, really impactful, and not really having to deal with the natural counters that are out there, so that's going to be exciting. I'm not going to lock in the classic attacker Greninja. We have seen this from them quite a bit. And on the other side, it is Pure on the Ho-Oh, and Beats by Byron is going to unironically lock in Phalanx.
I am not too surprised by these picks because I am a Dat Muck viewer and enjoyer,
Okay.
And truthfully, I don't know if Muck knows how to play anything else at this point other than Greninja. And Byron loves Phalanx, so I'm very excited to see what they're cooking and what they're going to be selecting for their final pick. I am excited for that Ho-Oh that T3 has picked up. Some really fun comps on both sides so far.
Okay, so let's talk about the Phalanx here a little bit.
Okay,
very fun to have a Masquerade there as the fun. That's a lot of explosive damage from Tempo Tantrum. Muck's really gonna have to like bring up the kind of poke damage part of it. But Phalanx, one of the things is, and it got talked a lot about when Inteleon was everywhere, right? When Inteleon was defining the metagame, is that Phalanx has a great passive into Inteleon. It is the Battle Armor passive. It basically reduces critical hit damage in a big way to Phalanx.
Interesting.
Which, pretty nice into a Pokemon like Absol. So this is going to be interesting to see against the pick from a non. Obviously, Absol is going to do a ridiculous amount of damage throughout the game, but a lot of that does stem from its critical hit damage. Having the Troopers be able to take a little bit less damage could be a nice situation for them.
Yeah, that's really interesting about the Phalanx passive. I don't think I ever realized that, because when it was Phalanx meta, it was just like, okay, everything blows up, and I don't really know why, but that's what I gathered. So,
yeah, it's reduced by
interesting.
50%. So the critical hit modifier of enemies is reduced by 50% when dealing damage to Phalanx. So Phalanx can, and then of course they can hold the 10 more Eos energy than they normally would. Those are the two parts of the passive, as well as there's like the dark side of the passives that they could technically take 110% of the damage of a move if it hits all of them. Like, they can take more damage, but they also like reduce damage to the Troopers. There's a lot going on with the Phalanx passive.
How evil that it has a drawback.
I know, yeah. If it needed anything, we gave it a drawback either way. Yeah. Let's get into game number 1 of our semifinals. Our first of which would be T3 playing against Tempo Tantrum. We're going to have a support Umbreon versus support Hoopa in the top side, and Beats by Byron. Going to be bringing the whole squad down to the bottom side.
Yeah, well, Raptor is trying to get everyone into their central area. At least the Ho-Oh is there to help. Maybe he is a known invader, because Pure was definitely on the lookout for it, and he kind of just is doing his little thing.
Yeah, Raptorworm's not able to secure it. I mean, if there's any benefit of this invade, at the very least, Pure has the blue buff, which I'm sure Anon would rather have at this situation. Byron is able to get in an early score, and so will the Meowscarada. So I think that's Winx, I believe, on that team. I'm having a tough time reading, but I think they should be able to get in another stack on this Meowscarada, or Florigato, I guess, currently, and make it all the way back to base. That's huge! And turn and get the KO, so poor little Fletchling gonna go down. Great early game from Tempo Tantrum.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that Talon felt pretty confident in that KO, so baiting him in a little too far worked out so well for Tempo Tantrum. They're trying to fight for these birds up top, but T3 just seems to be pushing in a little too hard in this 4v2. Real Player doing a good job trying to keep that defense going, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, great early start from Tie-Dye as well, and oh no, poor Anon getting knocked out by the Altaria. Not the bird, but Tie-Dye with a great presence of mind on that Hoopa. They know they were winning the early game so hard on the top side. You just got a Froakie to deal with, so play really aggressively on that Hoopa, and they're able to land a stun on Muck, preventing them from the evolution, getting experience. Just a really solid swing, really enabled that 4-player push.
Yeah, Wink's already level 7 on that Meowscarada.
Okay.
Yeah, not looking bad on the side of Temper Tantrum, especially for those levels. They were able to secure most of those middle birds. Levels looking a little more parried out, but we're trying to fight in this top L. It seems like most people are able to get away. Ho-Oh tries to get that KO on Meowscarada. He's just too dang speedy. Froakie, on the other hand, is an attacker, not a speedster.
This is going to be a tough goal zone to defend with no Unite moves, though. Unfortunately, Tempo Tantrum just not going to have the firepower to 2v4 at this situation. That does mean that goal zone is going to break. Pure on this Ho-Oh is going to secure it. I think we have seen the moveset from them as well. Is Sky Attack already locked in? I think we can safely assume the Fire Spin is going to be the other part of that tandem. Just truly an immortal bird whenever utilizing those moves together. It is going to be very difficult to take this Ho-Oh down. Real Player, just making sure those Wish healing is on lock, and for right now, they're just going to be solo healing themselves when they can. Very unselfish play under the Snorlax, but it does mean they get knocked out.
Yeah, I could tell they were trying to keep the sustain going, but this Absol is just kind of running away a little bit. Meowscarada ults on top of a group, but they're able to escape. They do have a good zone around this Registeel. Absol ult kind of scares them all off as T3 secures it and is pushing towards their goal.
Yeah, Winx just plays really, really well in the situation, but unfortunately just falls in that 1v2 spot. I mean, Absol and the Zarina just too much to deal with, and T3 taking off really, really strong here within our early game. It's going to be 39 points, followed up by 26. Only a 10-point overdunk, but still a great look for them now. 182 to 104. Muck is able to get a score, and thanks to the help of the Regieleki. That, of course, is going to mean a stack in as well. They're looking for yet another, even if it means taking a ton of damage from the double birds.
Hey, sometimes you gotta int for those sweet, sweet stackies. I respect it. It looks like Tempo Tantrum might be trying to make a push to get rid of this goal zone while they still have that Regieleki auto dunk buff. Lax able to get in just a teeny tiny amount of points, and the goal is gone.
Okay, well, I mean, Bridget, you're a known Hoopa player. The game obviously does get more difficult as soon as those outer tier goal zones are broken. Hoopa can have a bit more a tougher time with the maneuverability of the map. Either way, Muck is going to be happy, I think, at least getting a couple of stacks in. Obviously, the early game was really, really difficult for them. Being able to catch up even this stats way is going to be huge. Byron tries to dodge away using these little dashes that Phalanx has. I believe it is going to be the beat-up moveset alongside the Iron Head. So watch out for just dropping off the troopers and then one big burst of damage whenever we see them all gather together.
Yeah, honestly, great defense from Tempo Tantrum. Their Umbreon is able to get some dunks in over on the other side of the map, and is probably going to not be able to make his way back, but we get a little tradesies going on, not the worst thing.
Yeah, not the worst. I mean, specifically Ho-Oh being down, it allows you to take this team fight really aggressively. The only problem is you gotta take it fast. If you take this team fight slow, you gotta take your time. It's gonna allow Pure to catch back up, and the Ho-Oh Unite move is available. They have less points, so they're probably only gonna be able to res one, maybe two of their teammates if this team fight pops off. But as you can see, Tempo Tantrum has instead elected to play it a little safer, get more experience around the map, and just leave T3 to this Registeel.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I thought Zealot was going to get that dunk off. Not the first time we would have seen a Serena get a big dunky off in that bot path. Unite's popping off. T3 kind of wants this tier 2 pretty badly. I don't think I've ever seen a Snorlax ult stop the Talonflame ult, so thank you for that.
Yeah,
Good
that's
research.
hilarious. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad we know the interaction now. We are going to see the troops chase down this OO all the way to home base, but I think the Dust Devil formation going to fall a little shy as Zarina and OO defend their home base as Byron not able to get that full chase down. That is funny. I mean, Snorlax, anytime they're sleeping, are an immovable object. They act like a wall inside the Unite move, but also inside Rest in the early game. You are also an impassable object, which is very funny. For those of you who know the lore, you need a flute, and they just simply don't have one.
Oh. Yeah, I was thinking more like an immovable object meets an unstoppable force kind of situation was happening.
Unstoppable force like a flute.
Yeah. Many are saying this about flutes.
Okay, I'm so happy that I am in the majority tonight. Oftentimes I feel like I am not, but so far we are seeing some great play to Snorlax on the bottom side. At that point, they are just buying time. Raptor Arms able to buy so much. That block shielding helping them a ton. Snorlax passive getting boosted healing for the citrus berries as well. And Byron has snuck past enemy lines to dunk in 35 points on this tier 2. So despite a pretty tough team fight game, Tempo Tantrum is still going to be in the score lead due to all these constant score pressure on both the top and the bottom.
How could you KO the Phalanx when his kids are standing right there?
Yeah,
it was so sad. Oh my gosh. Didn't love that, but I guess I was gonna say, I guess T3 is in the lead, but no, after those dunks, Tempo Tantrum actually has the technical point lead right now. T3 getting another Registeel as we are prepping for this Ray fight. Looks like Tempo Tantrum has decided to take big control over the top side of the pit. Byron kind of guarding out for that bottom tier 2 dunk they may be trying to think of, but T3 is kind of in position as well.
I like playing for the top side in this situation. It allows the Talonflame to have a much more difficult time getting a good flank, so they're just going to have to go the old-fashioned way, right up the middle, and Dat Boy Monk, hard focus. This is Arena walking all the way through the enemy team line. Meowscarada the next to fall, as we got a KO streak of 3 for the Zarina to start off this fight, and it feels like we're going to add a few more names to that tally. Phalanx is going to fall. That is a block. Snorlax being lifted into the sky. Talonflame, the hammer to the anvil, and a penta for our Zarina to end this game. What a look from Zealot on T3.
Wow, that is what I am talking about for Serena. Oh my gosh, 12 KOs for Zealot on the Flower Queen herself. That is disgusting, but I really enjoyed it. I was vouching for Serena earlier, so thank you for that. Thank you specifically to me.
Yeah. Okay, I talked a little bit about why I thought Phalanx might be kind of a nice tack into the Absol. You know who it's really tough into? Is Zarina with Triple Axle. Triple Axle getting big benefits the more Pokemon that they hit. I think up to like a max of like 5 or 6 or something. But either way, looking great into the Phalanx, walking away with 73,000 damage and obviously a handful of KOs. Tough look for Tempo Tantrum when it came to team fights. They were obviously keeping up on the scoring game, which I think was the silver lining of this one. Their macro looking okay, able to rally back after some tough situations, but they are going to need to find a way to shut down this ridiculously powerful team fight that T3 has.
Yeah, I mean, T3 looked pretty scary, specifically Serena in the Rayquaza pit. I feel like there are a lot of different options, namely switching up the draft a little bit. I obviously like that Tempo Tantrum goes to their pocket picks, and I don't think they were necessarily bad when on the board. Okay, the Absol getting KO'd by the Altar it's always going to be funny.
Truly. Wild Pokemon knockouts, they're stuff of legend in this game. But yeah, this is this Arena moment right here. I think just an example of what we're going to see for the majority of this matchup. Not to mention Talonflame also having great interactions with multiple enemy hit, right? Like Talonflame hits like, what is it, 2 or 3 targets with Brave Bird? I think it's only 3. They go up to like 75% damage reduction at whatever the plus move is. Like, Talon looking ridiculous into this situation if they hit Phalanx even once with a Brave Bird.
So true. And I don't even think I realized that was Sobi playing Talonflame until right now. So
hey, and they were let out of Suicune jail. Let's go.
What? I don't really know what the attacker role is right now, but apparently it is Ice All-Rounder, Fire Speedster. So
it's in flux for sure. It is a tough look to be playing those kind of Pokemon out there these days, and not even the correct role sometimes. With the red background, it might be getting left in the tank. Miraidon, maybe Mew, some of these Inteleon, the outliers, but kind of impressive stuff for Zealot to be able to put up a Penta KO with the Snorlax still at full HP like that, but Rayquaza shields certainly amplify your damage, and they are going to close out that 5 KO streak at the end of the game. T3 with a great start, but yeah, Bridget, I think you and I are aligned. Tempo Tantrum, if they want to get back in this game, it's probably going to start at the draft screen. I like some of these picks, but I think we're a little too cute in some of these spots. Namely, I think this Phalanx has got to go. Maybe we bring something out like the Buzzwole, which has felt like a solid counter to this Speedster onslaught we've been seeing.
Yeah, 100%. And then kind of covers your base for that gutter all-rounder pick we've kind of been seeing with the Serenas and the Aegislashes. So I like that answer on the draft screen. We'll see if they pivot any of these bands. I guess I would be surprised. But it was mostly the supports, so I could see maybe letting one of them slide through in lieu of something else, but time will tell. So far, we're seeing the same thing with Blissey and the Suicune.
This time, it is T3 banning the Suicune. So, I guess Sobi being like, yes, please, embrace anything else, living with that right now. Snorlax is going to be banned. I think that's a really smart choice right now. I do feel like that defender is just far and away the best Pokemon. It does feel weird to be letting Umbreon through in some of these drafts, but you are on the first pick side. So you got the chance to first pick up something at the Umbreon side. Also an option, but I certainly would be leaning into the Dark type evolution.
Yeah, it just feels like a little bit more of a flex pick. Like you can kind of go heals or disruption if you want, if you're picking up that Umbreon, but Tempo Tantrum, sticking with the Duck. I'm a Duck fan. I respect my boy. He is first pick material in my heart always, so.
100%. And a banned Pokemon recently, right? So, clearly a strong option in this metagame. Sobi gonna run it back on the Talonflame. Again, Pure gonna pick yet another Fire Flying type in the Ho-Oh. Still one more Fire Flying type to be chosen in the available roster. Charizard. Look out for that on T3 side.
Yeah, I think you've cracked the code.
Fire Flying Trio, baby.
Yes, write that down, everyone. That's gonna be coming on your screen shortly. Tempo Tantrum.
If it does, I'm a genius, by the way.
Yeah, okay. Then you might be cooking. Oh, okay. If we go triple Speedster.
Oh my gosh. I mean, let's go.
Okay.
Triple Speedster. Hey, T3, is that what it stands for? I like to believe so.
Triple Speedster.
Triple Speedster. Dang, that boy Muck got in the cool artwork. I've actually
so
never seen
sick.
That. It actually is legit.
I didn't know it showed up on the screen.
Yeah, me neither. That is sick. I actually do think Metagross would be a great option right now. You now obviously have a very difficult early game, but it's going to be the same case with Dragonite. We get tough early couple levels. Once you get the Dragonair, you get that Electro-type boosted auto attack, you can definitely have a little more room to work, but it's going to be a challenge. Tie-Dye is going to be on the Comfey. You need a pocket kind of support if you're going to be playing this many damage carries. And there are very few supports that can traditionally keep up with a triple Speedster composition, so this makes sense. Bridget, I think the question to you is this an outrage Dragonite?
I can barely comprehend the man-made horrors that are happening in the Unite scene right now. Yes, I just feel like hitting a Hyper Beam is not going to be spark joy.
Good luck landing a Hyper Beam against this comp, low key.
And
like Volt Switch, Feint Attack, Talon Brave Bird. Like this is not going to be an easy Hyper Beam to land onto any enemy.
Yeah, I feel like at least with the Outrage, and do you think you would go E-Speed with Outrage just to get that, like, auto lock-in?
I personally like the Dragon Dance Outrage build a little bit better. I like getting those stacks. I do think the brawls are great, and honestly, what feels like the biggest part of why you would pick Outrage here is just the constant stuns. I mean, if there's anything that Zero Aura, Zora Arc, and Talonflame don't want to have, is to be locked in place for even a moment. So having a little bit of extra stun power makes a ton of sense to me. I'm excited we're seeing the Mimikyu as well. I feel like a Pokemon like Pikachu or something maybe could have been a flex slot there, but we're going to be seeing the Mimikyu. Certainly a lot better than I think the Gengars they were hovering. So let's get into it. Tempo Tantrum going to have a very different response, but T3 also going to be shaking things up here in our game 2 with the triple speedster lock-in.
I cannot believe this triple speedster situation that is happening, but I am quite excited. Simply, what do you do if you have 3 speedsters running at you? We will find out.
It does feel a little bit like a House of Cards style composition, right? Where if you take down one, likely the other 2 are going to fall quickly after, but I don't want to underrate the skill of these players. We have seen like top level teams like Luminosity Gaming and stuff pull off compositions like this based on just individual ability and the ability to outplay one-on-one opponents. So that's what we're going to be looking out for to see T3 try to accomplish. So far, Tempo Tantrum going to be playing a little more straightforward of a game plan. They're looking for a KO on Zealot to start things off, and the Comfey and the well, now I have the
so
Kyle
close.
Husky problem. Here we go. This sucks to admit. Yeah, it's hard.
It's okay. Just call them by what you see.
Yes.
Scary wolf creature.
And it's Sweet Kiss. Here we go.
Oh my gosh. There is quite a scuffle going in the favor of T3. The speedsters are speeding in the top path so far.
We got a blender composition, and Alcremie's not supposed to release for like months. You know, like this is
Okay.
This is insane. I mean, right now, if you walk in the face of either of these Pokemon, it is normally going to be an extremely difficult bout. But now you currently have a level 4 Dratini right now. Poor Muck has not been able to find a way to get it to that level 5, and I mean, it's not an easy path either. Big play from Raptor Arms, though. A foul play into the Snarl will get a knockout onto Sobi. You would have loved to see that KO going over to your Mimikyu, but at least you got the EXP share Umbreon getting involved.
Yeah, most definitely. T3 gonna make an early appearance at these birds. Raptor just kind of watching, learning. Duck tried to get the big in. I respect it. Quite a few points have gone in on these bot path goal zones, kind of on both sides, really. It's actually a bit more even from a goal zone perspective than I had imagined, but T3 is kind of racking up KOs down here.
Yeah, Winks on this decision to go with the play rough Mimikyu. I think I see the vision here, right? If you can dodge one instance of damage, you're hoping that that's going to work out for you in the long run. You are going to be missing the HP recovery that Shadow Claw can provide, but are you ever even going to get a chance to use it? There we go, and by the way, a perfect example that Muck got. Once you get to this Dragonair, that boosted electric type auto attack so extremely strong at shutting down some of these speedsters. 15-point even score, hopefully giving Byron an avenue to escape, but Sobi gonna cut that off and get the evolution of Talonflame.
Yeah, it looks like Tempo Tantrum is simply not showing up to the Red Shield party. You know, it's overrated. I get it. They are instead
Best
favoring...
objective in the game. It's fun.
There's a Retro Lucky on the screen. I'm gonna need you to calm down. Zara did a big Unite. Oh my god! How?
Discharge, a heck of a move. We're gonna see Zealot absolutely crush it, but it's actually Tie-Dye the one popping off. Comfey gets credit for both of those knockouts. Reggie Lucky lands, speeds up that 40 points, and T3 gonna surge ahead in the point lead. But I wouldn't think for too long. If you take a look at the minimap, Tempo Tantrum's Byron absolutely on a mission into the enemy central area. It is the red buff. They do not have the blue buff to boast, but Anon is going to steal the enemy side blue buff, and Winks is going to get shut down immediately. Sweet Kiss Comfey making it impossible for that Mimikyu to escape.
Yeah, that trio of Zara, Zoro, and Comfey just kind of seems to be running around as a pair and kind of dominating everything that's on their screen. Muck is gonna get in there, try to do some outrage damage. I think finally some momentum on the side of Tempo Tantrum. I feel like they did a good job, like, pacing.
Oh, no way. We're Unite moving to chase the Gomfei. That's awesome.
Winks, you're valid. I see you. I want you to know, me too. I agree with you. That was awesome. Hey, you gotta push the lead when you have it.
100%. I like it a lot. And hey, the way that Dragon Knight's Unite move works is they're probably at like 70-80% charge still, right? Because it was a minimal dash, so it's honestly not that big of a deal to be giving that up. Muck is able to hang out on that goal zone for a little bit longer than I think would have been possible, but without the Umbreon and Psyduck backing them up in that situation, it is simply going to be a 3v5, and with the goal zone healing, they will not have the power to break through. Raptor Arms trying to break the ankles of Talonflame? Don't know if Talonflames have ankles, but either
Talons?
way. Yeah, okay, I guess do Talons have an extra joint? We'll get back to that later. But right now, again, another objective that Tempo Tantrum will simply not care about. They want to bring up this score lead in any way possible, and so far, they're successful on exactly that.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to pick one throughout the game if you can't have both, a level lead or a score lead, and...
What is happening?
I think Muck and Sobi are having an ego off. Sobi won, for the record. But the Muck ults are actually kind of peak for me, I can't lie.
Yeah, they're ascending. They're so good. I love what is happening on my screen right now. And honestly, it's been a super fun match to watch. Very difficult for a commentator's perspective, but Pure just crushing it, walking away from this fight. Imagine if they had a third Fire Flying type, it would actually be insane. But right now, T3 just instead going to be content. Sobi falls down, thinks that maybe they're going to get a little bit more backup from Pure. Let's zoom right in on Zealot, utilizing the Plasma Gale, shutting down Beats by Byron. But now they got to deal with big, angry Dat Boy Muck.
And he is going to be uniting again. Intimidation ult. You think I'm here? Now I'm there. I like it. Zoning. Good stuff. Tempo Tantrum.
It's pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. Dragonite has been doing extremely well. You do see that Marvel scale popping pretty frequently for them as well. That big defensive passive that Dragonite gets access to, and Ho-Oh proccing it with their Sky Attack, or Zeraora or Zoroark doing it. Either one, it just allows Muck to hang out even longer and land some big attacks. And Tempo Tantrum having a huge points lead now at this point in the game, 242 to 190, and also doing extremely well in terms of experience. Winks has been quietly leveling up. With that knockout on the Zoroark, Byron is going to catch up to the level 13 as well. Raptor Arms trying to buy a little bit of time, give some vision. Winks and Shadow State going just wide, but T3 looks like they want to try to take this fight again as Zealot at level 14. Getting a little dangerous, but they're able to Volt Switch out.
Yeah, I think if they're able to get that Zera under wraps, Tempo Tantrum has a really great shot at this. Muck is going to try to rip this Regirock. I guess we will come to the bot lane at the end of the game and KO that Zera!
Oh my goodness, Regirock puts him basically back up to full HP. Good thing Pure is there to resurrect two of these targets, and that will be Raptor Arms falling. Zoroark is down though. Winks is able to get a huge KO there. Muck gonna Unite move all the way towards the pit in an attempt to safely escape. Likely gonna be looking at a recall. No, instead they step up to the Rayquaza. Playrough gonna buy a little bit of time thanks to those invincibility frames, and Real Player gonna say-yi-yi right in their face. As now the battle rages on. T3 only down one. Tempo Tantrum missing two of their members.
Yeah, Byron was doing such big damage on that Dodrio tri-attack, but not enough when Sobi is around to smash that bird Unite right into him and take down their fellow bird, Psyduck. Rude, but understandable.
Yeah, I mean, when the decision has to be made, you know, they forced their win. But here we go. Muck has returned to the fight. Raptor Arms able to buy a little bit of time. Pure down to about half HP. No Unite move to speak of. Rayquaza already down to half health. Zeraora's in the mix. Discharge there for the damage. But it's Raptor Arms on the Umbreon. Foul play is going to secure the Rayquaza. Shadow Stick lands onto the Zeraora, and they will fall as well. It's Tempo Tantrum in a miracle play. Secure the Ray.
Oh my gosh, the Mimikyu quad at the end there as well. I am actually very excited to see this replay because Tempo Tantrum was able to stall out that endgame so well, and then Raptor Arms, baby. Good job, brother. That was an insane secure.
Actually, so crazy. I was even going to say Winks with kind of the icing on the cake within that Mimikyu. But I actually looked over at our Twitch stream, was a little bit behind here to see what happened. Mimikyu actually with an insanely long-range Shadow Sneak from their own jungle to rejoin that fight with Raptor Arms.
Oh my god.
Whatever target they land on, they of course fear, and they have to move away from the Rayquaza for just a second, buying a little bit more time, anything to help. In that situation, when you got your defender, lock it in. Raptor Arms making sure that we take down that Ray. Huge stuff for Tempo Tantrum to tie up our series 1-1. Is this our first game going to our game 3, by the way, that we've had on broadcast today?
Definitely on broadcast, I would say.
Exciting stuff. Winks having a great game on the Mimikyu. Almost 60,000 damage. Looked really, really good. I was kind of critiquing the play rough early on in the matchup, but I think we saw even just how important buying a couple extra seconds was in that final fight, specifically in that kind of battle around that basement Regirock that led into the Ray fight.
Definitely. I mean, that kind of like bot lane fight seemed to just be going back and forth for so long to the point where it seemed like Tempo Tantrum was quite literally on their last legs. Their last two guys up, at least at that moment. Obviously more respawned once the Ray was actually KO'd, but actually in the pit, it was a little scary.
Yeah, we also got to go back and learn how Muck went down, because I'm curious about... They were able to escape with their Unite move, and then they walked up to Rayquaza, and all of a sudden they weren't in the fight anymore. So we've got some questions that need to be answered in that replay package, I think. But either way, good stuff. Tie-Dye putting up some numbers as well. The KO streaks on Comfey. You love to see it. Yeah, good stuff. I actually really like the idea of this triple speedster. Obviously, the Comfey is a big asset because it's one of the only supports that can actually help in these situations. But I think one of my favorite parts was the Ho-Oh being a part of it. Like, you kind of want to live fast and die young when it comes to these speedster compositions, right? And Ho-Oh gives you a literal second chance at life in some of these fights, and I think that's awesome. We saw Zealot take full advantage of that in a basement Reggie fight in this matchup, like, right? You can go all in, you do as much damage as you possibly can. Who cares if you get KO'd? Ho-Oh is going to be right there to get you back. Yeah,
it actually does feel like the perfect tank for this kind of situation, or really just if you have a hyper engaging team in general, because this was awesome. It felt like a 1v1.
It did.
It was so delightful, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
It looked good. Okay. What I'm talking about. Yeah, but that's okay. I think it's fair to talk about this Dragonite play, because that was a real stand-up for me. I mean, how long has it been since we have seen outraged Dragonite? And I'm not going to lie, I think with Tempo Tantrum's playstyle of kind of, I'm just going to call it the same thing I did last time, these cute counters, right?
They are cute.
They are, and I think this is the better way to pull it off. Like, a Pokemon that can kind of stand on its own, but has some real viability in that situation. Regirock healing Muck up to full there, by the way, is truly criminal. This is where we see that resurrection of the Zera Aura, jumps immediately back up into the fight, deals a ton of damage. Raptor Arms going down, Muck down to half HP. It got truly crazy, and this is where Muck was just, on his big chase. Sobe with an eject button reposition on the Talon, by the way,
that to get Byron. Evil.
Actually criminal. Anytime you hear the bird call, like the immediately followed by that
exactly.
It's like, oh, things are about to go down.
They're in the process of going down. Here we can kind of see T3 turning on that Rayquaza. Honestly, Muck getting everyone else in that pit down super low.
Yeah.
But Zealot almost 15 has his discharge on this. I mean, Raptor is literally 1v5. Okay, technically Mimikyu's there as well, but...
Right, exactly. Yeah, and that foul play, it pulls both Zealot and Anon in that situation, right? So a Brave Bird, kind of the only option they have. Obviously, a bit of a delayed move when it comes to that damage, so we're even getting a bit of a replay here. Awesome. Raptor Arms posturing up. Yeah, the Zoroark dashes through, and now they're lined up perfectly. that foul play can hit both. You can see Pure 2 trying to body block the Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu. So Oh actually trying to stay very similar to how you would play around an Inteleon, trying to body block that the entire time, not give Winks an opportunity to get there on the Ray. And yeah, just, I mean, tough positioning that both of your big damage dealers are caught at that exact same time. Obviously, Pure's doing other things. Tie-Dye playing kind of safer away from the rest of the group, and that's how it plays out. Wow, what an endgame finish, and everything kind of came up Raptor Arms in that.
Definitely. I mean, kind of just shows maybe one of the disadvantages of playing all speedsters are really like all melee. Like you kind of have to be standing on top of the Rayquaza to get your move off. So not having kind of an attacker or even like a mid-range attacker, like so you can have like multiple layers of your positioning, definitely showed as a weakness for this one.
Also, sorry everyone, I'm not in an earthquake. I just punched my desk, and that's why my camera freaked out, so don't worry about that. Yeah, no, I totally agree. This, like, reliance on melee has been a very, very interesting thing to watch play out. Also, everyone, that's why you play foul play, okay? I get it. Mean look feels good against speedsters, theoretically. I truly think foul play is always the answer. Having so much crowd control potential, not to mention the attack stat being boosted on a couple of these characters gets hurt even more by foul play. Very fun niche interaction, so love to see that. Bans, I actually don't think we're going to be seeing very much difference into this game. Likely be running things back because we already have the Blissey Absol Suicune ban. If we see Snorlax, it is a perfect mirror to what we saw last time, but Raptor Arms got the chance to hover a new one, and it will be Zarina. Double all-rounder ban on our orange side.
Interesting, but I do respect it. Obviously, that Serena had a pretty big hero play in our game 1, if I'm remembering correctly. So kind of interesting to pivot back to that, but I like it. I don't know what the draft threat is, but I'm definitely interested to see it as T3 picks up the Snorlax off rip.
I feel you are punting if you don't pick up Umbreon in your first pick here, but right now they are not hovering it. Okay, finally, there it is. The last second swap, and we're actually going to see a Slowbro being locked in too. So Tempo Tantrum in a like rare case going very forward into the kind of defender options, while a defender is already up on the other side. Tie-Dye gonna rotate off the Comfey and lock in the Duck.
Big on the duck, big on the duck. Always a great guy for me to see. I don't know if I've made that clear enough. Zealot gonna be sticking with that Zera. I'm interested to see like what Tempo is trying to do here. I was like, triple tank, I don't know if my heart can handle it. Looks like Muck has made a case to get him back on that Greninja, and Winks picking up Gengar.
Okay. This was a Pokemon that got banned in the early matches, right? I think it was in game number 1 this Pokemon got banned. So. Obviously, T3 doing their homework a little bit on some of the members of Tempo Tantrum. So, seeing a powerful Pokemon pop up, not a huge surprise. It will be Mimikyu locked in for Anon, and Sobi on the Mew. I feel like it's been a hot minute since we've seen that Pokemon lock in. Real Player 1 is the player currently on the Greninja. This could mean a couple of things. I think, namely, it could mean a central area and maybe even a Surf Gren. Like, there is a world where we see a full-on dive composition built around the Gengar and the Greninja, the Aegislash a little bit. But that might not be the case. We might see the poke damage and kind of rely on Gengar and Aegislash to be your closers.
Yeah, it would be... I feel like Muck definitely has played both, but I feel like typically in comp, he likes his shurikens. Actually, real players switched onto the Gengar now, so... I'm excited to see some Gengar gaming. Okay, just kidding. Wings.
They're playing Hot Potato with the Gengar.
Yeah, they're
why did we pick this?
Me.
Why did we pick this? You play this.
They're trolling. I was like, there's no way. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. I can't handle.
Byron locking in one of my favorite things to see is the Shed Ninja doll on the Aegislash, by the way. A very fun Pokemon to use it. There's very few Pokemon, I think, that are kind of, you can viably think of that as an option. Mimikyu maybe in some situations, but now that they had their cooldowns nerfed a little bit, it's a little bit tougher. Aegislash, on the other hand, is a pretty decent Pokemon to justify. It's already so combo-centric that it does just kind of feel like the final piece of the combo, and you just wide guard when you come out of Shedinja Doll, right? I akin it, I'm going to get real nerdy in another game, but I akin it to, like, in Super Smash Brothers, like, when you consider your out-of-shield options. It's Aegislash has some pretty good ones. When you're in a defensive position, you're kind of holding in, trying to block your enemy attacks. What can you do? And Aegislash has a lot of good popping out of a disadvantaged spot situational moves. So with Shedinja Doll, we'll see if it lines up, but either way, it's going to be a tough test against T3 as we jump into game number 3 of T3 versus Tempo Tantrum in Underdunk number 50 semifinals.
Let's go. T3, game 3, Unite 50. I think it all adds up.
It's all starting to line up. I love it. And is that just me, or was Mew's Electro Ball, like, adorably tiny? I actually didn't notice. But
it is smaller visually.
Okay.
Oh, maybe if it's not going through the
light
fence.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
The fence, of course.
I couldn't think of what it was called.
You're such a Unite player. That's awesome. Yeah. Okay. Early damage from Zilla gets the knockup from Slash that will KO Dat Boy Muck and make it a double. Zilla gonna take down 2. Anon's gonna show up, but unfortunately, no one there gonna be at the party. They'll eventually have to go up against Zoinks and their Haunter. It's Raptor Arms trying to hold it down with a slow bro. Man, I am really curious to see what this double defender composition is kind of trying to accomplish. We'll see what the Wish Healing can bring to the table, but either way, right now, Tempo Tantrum just trying to steal a little bit of experience if they can. They are so far behind here on the top side.
Yeah, Zealot on that Zera, man, it is just brutal to deal with. Oh, Pure down here flailing his heart out, it looks like. I just noticed Sobi's playing, well, an attacker for once, and has that EXP share on her Mew as well. Definitely not abnormal, but pairs well with the Lax. Zealot dunking in front of our poor little frog. Real player gonna try. Ooh, I think they may be able to get the KO on that Psyduck. Nice, even giving it to Muck, so he's able to evolute. We love to see it. Real player getting a lot of pressure off, but I think maybe we'll just let them dunk and try to get the Black Buddy. Baltoy?
Yeah, I mean, you do a lot of damage. Sure, you don't get a KO, but you pave the way for both you and Muck to get some stacks in. Umbreon and Greninja, 2 Pokemon that really need them. And there we go. We got a little bit of pressure from Anon on the other side of the map. Chaos Rika 2. Shedinja Doll going to dodge the inevitable just for a moment as Pure going to take the knockout onto the double-blade. Snorlax Flail crushing a Sword in 2.
Yeah, the Flail just also feels like it pairs so well into these speedster comps. I mean, you are just running at them. It is very difficult to escape. Really big damage coming from that discharge. Zera KO on the Umbreon. Muck able to get his evolution on the Greninja, but oh, a brutal disable from Psyduck. Drug in that Haunter and getting KO'd.
Oh, man, Tie-Dye's setting up some really cool plays on this Pokemon. Yeah, their Comfey looked fine. They pulled up a Chaos Riketsu, but I gotta admit, I love seeing Tie-Dye on a few more of these disabling or disrupting-oriented supports. Seeing their impact on the game just looks great, and I love what they're doing so far. They're going to be soloing the bottom objective, so Anon going to pick up that Regice with nobody in sight. Tempo Tantrum on, I'll admit, a slow rotation to the top side as they're actually looking to get Aegislash into the enemy central. Everybody else, all hands on deck to try to fight on this top Regieleki.
Yeah, big telly pull. It looked like on the Zera. Nothing was able to come too much of it, but nice aiming from Raptor on the Slowbro. And we're going telekinesis, which is definitely a little difficult to aim, but I guess you can really neutralize those frontliners if you're able to snag them.
Yeah, and another one of those situations is like, do you ever survive even with Amnesia in this current metagame, right? Like, is that enough? Small score from Anon will open the goal zone, though, allow for this Regieleki to be an even greater threat. Don't know if T3 is going to try a push here, though, but they're certainly posturing for it. They do have the Reg Ice buff, allow for a little bit of healing, even mid-fight. Is Pierre going to be the first one to step up to the plate? Gengar, Unite move, Senior Pink maneuver through the ground, trying to find a target to jump onto. Snorlax's going to be the first and foremost as Dat Boy Muck throws the Water Burst Shuriken into the back line. Great shit, Ninja Doll dodges the Unite move, buys a little bit of time as beats by Byron, opens up some space. Another great play by Raptor Arms, yoinks them back in. Real player the one to take out the KO. Wink's gonna get pulled in by the Sarah Aura. Absolutely devastating combo with that Volt Switch, but it seems like Tempo Tantrum, despite the losses, are gonna hold on to this defense around this goal zone to tier 2.
Yeah, I was really afraid for Tempo during that push, but Byron just able to getting through to their backline. I mean, basically had 4 players turn on him, so the rest of their team was able to pick them off one by one. Actually, a great hold by Tempo Tantrum.
Yeah, one of those situations, similar to how we saw Zero Aura play in Game 2, right? You do go down, but the amount of time that you were able to buy by just getting your full combo immediately into Doll actually was worth it in that situation. I mean, we saw Zealot pull off some crazy moves in that team fight too, but in the end, to the victor go the goal zone scores, and certainly T3 not able to get any there. It's good news for Tempo Tantrum, though, as they are being devastated in the points score line, even with Muck scoring 40 points on the top side. They'll only go up to about 87. They still need attack weight stacks, and Zealot won't even let them dunk too.
Discharge, man. Brutal to a frog. Aegislash gonna try to unite to stay alive, but Zealot on the Zera Aura has been pretty devastating. He is the same level as their Mimikyu, level 12. Gengar on the side of Tempo Tantrum, also level 12, but okay, Slowbro Unite on this Mimikyu. They tried to keep them alive with that reverse Zera ult, but Tempo gets double KOs, but they're not high on the HP bars.
Okay, so we talked about Sobi in an ego match against Muck in the previous game. I think that one is going to count again in our game number 3. Mew Unite move, and they're actually able to shut down the Greninja in the end of it all. Pure going to be slowed down just for a moment, allows Tie-Dye to escape out of this fight. That is some big Unite moves being utilized, and the Power Nap going to fall after the Umbreon Unite. You hate to see that.
Yeah, real player just doing everything he can to keep Winks alive, and I do not know how Winks survived, but it was the Umbreon. It was the Umbreon Unite, I would say.
True. All right, Aegislash going to fall again. This duo of Pure and Sobi looking great, but how about we add a third element to the mix? Zealot bringing the thunder as Gengar goes down. Anon soloing yet another Reggie on a different part of the map as Regieleki is going to be knocked out. And with his Gengar down, Umbreon and Aegislash trying to defend the tier 2. This is a dangerous looking Regieleki at 250.
Yeah, especially with Tempo having to be split because T3 is trying to split push with this Regieleki. Wink's actually able to get some great KOs up in that top path. Okay, Wink's coming out as we are getting close to this Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, you and I were like, oh, this is some scary writing on the wall. Tempo Tantrum having to deal with multiple targets. Winks steps up to the plate and clutches it out. Big Gengar score as well. Will not give them the lead, but certainly a little bit stronger. Bad news for them, though. The gamble towards Regieleki means they were not present to take out a Registeel attack buff for T3 to remainder for the 90 seconds.
Yeah, that'll be very valuable during the first minute of this Rayquaza fight. Tempo Tantrum holding on to this top side of the pit where it looks like T3 is mostly bot side. Zera kind of trying to push into that top L bush, and they are able to find Byron. Shout out Ninja Doll.
Yeah, but they're immediately locked down. Great read by Pure to understand the cooldowns are not there anymore. Telekinesis does yoink that Snorlax back. Big steal to shields with the Midnight Prance. And that boy Muck's got a ton of shields themselves. No Unite move to speak of, though, as we do a Zealot engaging towards that backline. Great push by Tie-Dye Surf. And that is setting up some devastating looks for T3. Targets falling one by one. Beats by Byron fighting back, but they are only one of 2 Pokemon still up and running for Tempo Tantrum. Big backline score from Anon is going to set T3 even farther ahead.
Yeah, there's still time for Tempo to kind of regroup and take this Rayquaza if they're quick. Byron trying to stall them out, doing as good of a job as you can against a Snorlax and a Psyduck. Yuck. Sorry, Psyduck.
No, yeah, apologize, please.
I felt bad as soon as I said it.
It's good to hear. All right, Slowbro gonna be going down. Does land one telekinesis, but no Unite move. Aegislash still has the coup de grace. We see that any minute now, but a little too late. Pure taking full advantage, not leaving it up to their all-rounders on the team this time, as Snorlax gonna secure the Rayquaza. T3, seal the deal. Tempo Tantrum throwing in the towel.
Really, really great job from, honestly, everyone on T3. I thought Pure was kind of popping off on that Snorlax. It just looked extremely annoying to deal with. Winx kind of having some big plays at the end there, but Tempo tried to hang on during that Ray fight. I feel like they all kind of scattered and they were all 1 HP, and then suddenly they dropped like flies, so.
Yeah, tough look. I mean, I think it was set up by some really good stuff. I've been praising Tie-Dye a few times in this game. I'm going to keep doing it here in the end game. I mean, they were dripped out on like to nines, obviously got the pink suit, but they were kind of the puppet master, the Doffy of this fight, if you will, setting up some crazy psychic stuns. And then that big play around the right-hand side of the Ray Pit when they were able to surf multiple members of Tempo Tantrum into the terrifying face of Pure Snorlax. Sets them up, lines it up as well with the Psyduck Unite move. The Psy crushing the dreams of Tempo Tantrum. Honestly, T3, a little bit of a scary moment for them in Game 2 to get them a game loss, but they made sure there was no question about who was going to win this game number 3 from start to finish.
Yeah, Zealot looked hungry this game. He's been playing great all night, but felt like locked. I could feel the locked inness through the screen.
Yeah, someone sent him a peak "Can you lock in" meme, and he was ready to go immediately after that.
Yeah, the one that the Unite official account tweeted.
Yeah,
that one was so good.
I loved it. I truly love the Unite Esports account, and it's not only because they wished me a happy birthday.
But that is most of it.
Either way, great look from T3. I think definitely feeling like one of the strongest teams we have gotten to witness in our bracket for this tournament. I think a really strong tournament favorite. We've not gotten the chance to see team name on broadcast yet, much to our chagrin, but another team that has been making names in this bracket as well. So we're going to be excited to watch that. A lot of really cool fights. This was where Tempo Tantrum was able to kind of lock up their defensive play. It did get scary in a few moments here. Watch the Zealot on this is Sarah Aura, by the way, just dealing a ridiculous amount of damage. And then yoinks over the Umbreon over the wall. So crazy. But fortunately, Sobi not having a boosted auto attack right at that perfect time just felt like the, not exactly the coordination, but just the timing didn't work out perfectly. They do get shut down.
Yeah. Honestly, it was definitely like the Tempo hero play. For me, this is where we saw that fight kind of initially break out, and Tempo was able to hold on for as long as they could, but just kind of weren't able to get the same amount of damage off on T3 as was being afflicted onto them, which in general is not a good thing from what I've heard.
Yeah, it's tough. This is that big Psyduck engage. Pure Sobi doing ridiculous amount of damage. Raptor Arms grabs 1 with their slow beam in that situation, but I mean, it's such a tough choice of who you even grab. I think even earlier we did see the Greninja Unite move land, but unfortunately not hit a single target. So Muck elects to not even follow in the Water Burst and just kind of backs off. There's no one weak enough to really try to challenge, and this is that final secure moment. The tackle secure. The Dream Eater lands on the Mimikyu for Winx, but the knock-up is the devastating part. Not able to do anything after that. Can't Dream Eater onto the Rayquaza. And unfortunately, that will be the done deal as Pure secures it with the Flail.
Yeah. I feel like T3 did a good job, like, bursting it down. You know, like, it was on such a high HP by the time Byron casted his Unite. It was just honestly pretty close, because that does have kind of like compared to some Unites, that is kind of quite a cast time. So
Yeah, it's true.
the timing can be rough, especially when it gets more KO'd faster than you expected.
That's true. The burst timing, tough to line up. It's a big sword and looked great, but we are going to be jumping to a very short break. Underdunk number 50 is not going anywhere, though, so we hope you don't either. Join us after the break for more epic Pokemon Unite action. We'll see you all there.
third time is the charm. T3 for a third straight match in the winner's side, and they are going to be taking on Team Name, which is going to be very difficult. It's going to be the third team to try to take them down here. It's going to be the winner's finals. Welcome back to Underdunk number 50. Deal Kyle Husky Star TTV. Super excited to be back for Underdunk number 50. Thanks to Zoinks and Bridget for casting that last set, which is quite the banger there, Husky.
Yeah, that was a banger. I hardly know. What a good set. That was a fun one to watch in the background. Like, when I'm not casting, I'm always like, oh yeah, I'm gonna like get something done. I'm gonna like do some writing. I'm gonna like, you know, look at my grading. I'm gonna do something. And then I like never do. Instead, I'm just like watching the game the whole time and like half doing 6 other things. And I was playing Pocket at the same time.
Nice.
I made like a really nice Leafeon deck that I really like. It's like stall, heal, Leafeon.
Okay.
It's so fun. But I was like playing that during like the solo events or whatever, and then like I was like stopping mid game because I kept getting sucked in by whatever was happening in that last set. It was so fun. Like, what I love when teams just, it seems like they're just having fun with it. Like, they're having as much fun as like the casters are. Like, everyone was just like egoing each other. Like, the comps are weird. Like, what a fun set. I'm excited to see the next one as well. We haven't seen Team Name yet, so.
Team Name, a very interesting team. But let's take a look how we got there. Top 8 so far. So T3 Team Name. That's not a placeholder. That is the team name of the team that is playing. So Team Name, Team Name. T3, this is going to be the next matchup. Leave down in that lower side bracket. Tempo Tantrum has advanced a little bit. They're going to be playing against BB. I believe that's the Banana Ballers. Tagang is going to be taking on, if I'm not mistaken, that's Public Enemies down there. So very surprising to see Endless go down in that lower bracket. But we are one match away from seeing who's going to be in the grand finals. So this what these two teams are going to be fighting for. Folks, this is going to be the last chance that you have to enter into this giveaway. I am going to be ending this one very shortly. We're going to draft 3. We have 3 packs of, I believe it's 4,000 AOS coins.
Which are very valuable.
Which are very
Notoriously.
valuable. But, you know, if you're low on coins, it might be helpful. Maybe you can use it for a Pokemon that you don't have, that has been out for more than a week plus, or whatever it is now with the... Obviously, there's the event for Suicune, so that's a little bit different. But either way, we are going to be ending that very soon. So last chance, exclamation point enter, exclamation point ticket. I think there's like 15 people in there right now. So actually not a bad chance of people getting. Before the next set, we will do, I believe we're going to do more coins before next set. And then grand finals, I think we're going to do 1 Suicune before the grand finals and then 1 Suicune during the end show. Because we do have an announcement that we want to talk about, so we want to make sure people are there. It'll be the last time to earn your Suicune. So we had 5 total today. We've given away 3. We have 3 packs of coins. Now, 2 more packs before the losers finals, lower finals, whatever you want to call it. And then Suicunes on the opposite ends of the grand final.
Yeah, we can't say loser finals because no one's a loser. Everybody's
no one's a loser. We're all winners here.
Just like you don't get kills in...
Yeah, you don't get
Pokemon
kills,
Unite,
you get KO'd.
KO'd.
But Husky, talk to me about this team name. This is a very interesting roster of very familiar faces.
Yes, a
up?
really fun... yes.
Did I really just... I totally threw... I just threw you under the bus
I got it. So it seems
So
like
mean.
this throw together composition here of team name is a lot of members of Kiss Kiss, as well as noticeably Lutano, Vin Diesel as well. There's 7 names on here, like who's actually playing in it.
I believe it's so I think it's JL, obviously JL, the support player. The Heart L is Machisel. Vin Diesel. Oogway is Joey, another member of Kiss Kiss. Vin Diesel obviously was on Nemesis, and then Lutano coming out of retirement. I think he was the OJ sub for quite a bit, but He's got that competitive spirit back and is ready to take up
I mean,
the
I
UCS,
say this
so.
I say this quite a lot, but nobody retires from Pokemon Unite.
So true.
You can't stay away. You'll come back. We've seen so many pros retire, have this whole, oh, I'm retiring, I'm never coming back, and then they always come back. You can't get away from Pokemon Unite. It has like a hold on the community, and you can't get away. So, I mean, let's, so far, team name not dropping a set. Obviously, we are in the winner side of the bracket currently, so you know what? It seems to be like if Lutano is playing tonight, there's some competitive spirit still in there. There's some button pressing ability still in there. Can't stay away from Unite.
I love it. I'm excited to see him back. Obviously, one of the best competitors we've seen in North America over the last few seasons. Decided that he was going to step away in the off season. Has played like a couple tournaments here and there, some grassroots things. I think might have played like as a sub in one of the tournaments for UCS, but nothing too formal. So it's exciting. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have confirmation if he's going to be playing on this team moving forward, but anyway, very big congrats to this team name for picking up such a great player. And we do have a couple winners that did just draw. So these are going to be the 3 Aos coin packs. So make sure to message Lordy. You did just drop it in the chat. There's Lucario Sim, Fezding TTV, along with Q Lagging. All won the Aos packs. I'm going to write that down before I forget it. Yeah. Make sure to message Lordy. Tell him, give me my Aos coins or else you will cause a riot.
Yeah. Make sure you don't cause a riot here in Pokemon Unite. That's our job, guys.
That is our job. So congratulations to all you again. I'm going to open up the next one here very soon just to open the queue so people can start going into it. For the next one that we're going to draw in the lower bracket finals will be more Aos coin packs. I think it's 4,000. We're going to do 2 more of those in the lower bracket final. And then we have 2 Suicune licenses. Licensees?
No, it's licenses.
I don't know.
It's licenses.
Licensees sounds more fun.
No,
though.
it doesn't. No.
It sounds more fun.
No. Sorry.
Fine.
I'm getting there.
Fine.
It's only 10? Dude.
I know.
What a
we got
day.
a little bit away. Teams are in the lobby, so we are going to be getting into the game very soon. I'm excited to see these 2 teams match up because obviously team name has been the majority of this squad has been together all season under that Kiss Kiss moniker. Adding in Vin Diesel is obviously a great pickup. Player that was on Nemesis, performed very well there. Very strong players, and then you add Lutano in. I'm not sure how much dust is on Lutano's controller.
Yeah.
We'll find out, right? Like, I'm sure that he's probably been playing the game here and there. I'm sure that he's probably been ramping up. But, I mean, not playing all UCS season long might be a little tough, but clearly playing well enough to be in the winners finals here tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, I do want to mention as well, both of the sets in the winners semifinal went to 3 games, which means a lot of competition here. This is like one of the most fun underdunks that I feel like we've seen in a while, just in terms of like the competition and like the fun matches being set up here and the way that like it's been seeded and how the team's been going. But like we didn't see any 3-game sets in the quarterfinals, but then in the semifinals, those teams that made it there, really a lot of competition between those 4 teams. T-Gang and Tempo Tantrum down in the lower side bracket right now, but like there's a lot, like they could come back, like there's a lot of excitement coming into our winners final, so this should be a really, really fun set, knowing that the previous sets all went to 3 games. It's gonna be exciting to see.
And I'm really excited. And it looks like one of the winners is not in chat, so we have another drawing that I'm going to do. I'm going to pull another name. Because you kind of have to be in the drawing. You have to be in here to win. That's the rule.
This is why you can't leave.
Can't
Nobody
leave.
can leave.
Pie Bergs. Congratulations. Hopefully you're still in chat. Otherwise, we will go to the next person for more Eos coins. I actually made a typo earlier, and I had to fix it. I called them the tickets because I don't know why. I just think of tickets. It wasn't tickets, it was coins. I made sure to update that in the
Yeah. More valuable coins.
You know what? You just had your
tickets.
video, right? There's so many.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Little plug, right?
I didn't break down down all of the in-game currencies. That could be a video in itself, talking about the amount of in-game currencies, like counting them. There's like in the tens of currencies because they come up with new ones for like every event. But the tickets and the coins are kind of the main things that you've got, and the coins really only get you Pokemon licenses, and the tickets can get you like cosmetics, but like not. Oh, we buffered.
Yeah, we buffered. Buffer, I hardly know her.
So true.
We have a little bit of a crash, so we are stalling. I'm sure that everybody is aware that we are stalling. No one panic.
No one wants tickets.
No one
it's true,
panic.
No one wants tickets. I gotta look as well in my my fashion tickets.
Oh God, fashion
like
tickets.
Fashion tickets, Holloware tickets. Let me see over here. Actually, I've got my Switch right. Live.
Oh heck yeah.
Husky reaction.
Husky reaction.
Live husky reaction. Do you like, because I remember back in the day, the energy machine, I still don't know what that thing is called. It like the energy reward machine like used to give you like Holloware tickets, and like sometimes you can get a Holloware from it. Do you remember that? You could get like the Garchomp Holloware or whatever.
Yes.
And then like they never added anything.
They haven't done anything with it
ever again, which is so frustrating.
I have like 700 of those tickets.
I have 945 fashion tickets, and I have bought every single thing in the fashion ticket exchange area. Now let me go see the Holloware, because I know that I haven't bought all of the Holloware ones. I have 434 Holloware tickets.
That's actually really funny.
Isn't that crazy?
That is. It is crazy that they haven't added.
And
anything.
they haven't. Yeah, they added nothing to it. The most recent Pokemon they've added for is Espeon.
Oh yeah, the Espeon. Mm-hmm.
And that is an Espeon. When was Espeon released? So
like
long ago.
Year 1. I'm pretty sure. Maybe
like
year 2.
So long ago, Espeon.
Well, year 1 was
released.
Sylveon. Espeon was year 2. I think.
Yeah, year 2, I guess.
something like that.
It was year 2,
Alrighty.
I think.
We do have a match. They're in lobby. We had a little bit of a crash, so that's why we're stalling and rambling and talking about.
Anyway,
AOS
yeah.
tickets.
How many tickets do you guys have? Let us
Drop
know
in
the
chat,
comments.
everybody. How many AOS tickets do you have? How many coins do you have? Our observer says to blame Canada. I don't think that's very nice. Oh, blame Canadian internet. Okay, very different.
Okay, I will go ahead and blame the entire country of Canada, as the United States seems to like to do these days, as we are getting into our ban phase. Psyduck, Suicune banned, so T3 continuing with their trend of wanting to just ban out that Suicune if they are on the orange side.
Suicune, very strong, that Sobi will not be getting to play because they banned it for themselves. Pure is going to take that last ban, put Absol in there. No little doggy there. Team name banned the Duck and the Blissey, so really don't want T3 to grab any premium supports with their first 2 picks. And team name lining up an attacker. I do not think it's going to be Decidueye in the first slot.
Imagine if you first picked Decidueye. Instead, it is going to be the Meowscarada. So what we have seen this trend kind of shape up to be is like the Speedster 4 are still very prominent. Sometimes we see them in those ban slots, and I think what's happening is the teams are still prioritizing the Speedster 4 if they have very prominent players on those Pokemon. And so the Meowscarada sometimes making it, through getting banned even, sometimes making it through without even getting picked. And in this game, we're seeing it first pick because Machizzle wants to grab that on that Pokemon. And we're also seeing the Talonflame getting locked in.
Double Speedster immediately knowing that you're casting it and you do not like it. T3, though, they've been kind of countering this double Speedster comps from other squads with this Zeraora all night. And personally, I really love it. I think Zeraora is really strong into double Speedsters. They already have that support and tank core of that Snorlax and Hoopa. So now it's time to draft your damage, and I think that's a really smart pick. And now Sobi's got that Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, so the Mewtwo Y is what I feel like in terms of variety tonight. I guess we've seen T3 in a couple sets in a row here, but we've seen a lot of variety from Sobi specifically, just kind of picking up whatever attacker sort of feels right in the moment. We've seen her grab Mew earlier as well, so now grabbing the son of Mew here with the Mewtwo Y, picking that up. It's going to be interesting to see. And Lutano over here taking the Inteleon, another really strong attacker that we haven't seen too much of because of the difficulty of how it plays into Speedsters, but the hope of Team Name here is to use that double Speedster to dive in and distract for enough for Lutano to hit those snipes.
I think this is going to be a snipe shot game, so you obviously have to deal with the Zeraora, but I think this is a really strong place for it, especially with someone as skillful as Lutano on that Pokemon. I mean, you could just stay in the back line, fire through, the Hoopa, fire at the Snorlax. There's a lot of like stationary Pokemon outside of that Zeraora.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so the Zeraora as the main dive is going to be like kind of what T3 has to build themselves around, but it is going to be difficult in the early game, especially with the Talonflame and the Meowscarada on the other side. Noticeably as well, Jolteon is now subbed in for Anon, which means we've got an Urshifu, another Pokemon that is very prominent competitively, but it seems like as of late, only really with players that play a really good Urshifu, which we definitely see on Anon.
Yeah, Urshifu has been kind of like a niche pick for a lot of teams. Like if you have it in your back pocket, it can be played both ways. Water Bear, the Rapid Striker Shifu tends to get a little bit less play than the Single Strike. Obviously, the amount of utility that having that Single Striker Shifu, that Wicked Blow, to have those contested objectives just in your pocket with the amount of secure that tool has. Mm-hmm. We'll see which way they go. T3, though, going to be on your right side. Your Orange Squad Team Name going to be on your left side. They're taking this Swinub along with Lutano on that Sobble down to the basement path.
And we will likely see a Wicked Blow Urshifu because look at the lack of secure on T3's side, and then look at the insane amount of secure on Team Name's side, especially if we see the Flower Trick Meowscarada. We've got the Snipe Shot as well, and wow, early invade, JL grabbing away that blue buff.
Our blue buff, says JL, and they're going to continue pressing forward, going to try to take away this Baltoy now. Sobi in for reinforcement. Looks like it is T3 that's able to take that away. They should be able to close out JL with a KO there, so Mewtwo Y going to be supporting that blue buff now.
Still, I mean, that early invade, especially against a Cubfu, is really valuable, even if you do go down, because now the Cubfu is stalled out, and as soon as it hits level 5 is when it can actually literally do anything. Otherwise, if you keep it as Cubfu for as long as possible, even just long enough to be able to make something happen in the bottom path, which we are seeing already level 5 on Lutano.
That's pretty big. That should give them a lot of utility to take away all of these Altaria family. Top lane, top path is going swimmingly, and the great Hoopa portal is going to let the Zeraora escape on very low HP bars.
W Hoopa portal right there. Perfect timing. A good Hoopa player is one of the scariest things in the game. I say this all the time. About literally everything. But we do have T3 now. 4 members of T3 heading up to this top path. Another ideal Hoopa portal sends Urshifu right back through. Will they come back or no? They're just going to head right back into the central area while Pierre stacks up those Ao's cookie stacks, we've got another flail on our hands.
Floragaddle able to steal away some of their own wild Pokemon experience and then press into this Snorlax Pure back to the Pokemon Center. Lutano getting that KO there, just a sliver away from their level 7, which would be very big if they're able to get it. None of the birds go T3's ways, and Talonflame, they're back in the Pokemon Center. So T3 taking full advantage of those Altaria family in the middle, and they're going to press their advantage towards this top path, put a ton of points in, and likely going to set up for maybe this Regieleki.
Oh, big snipe
nice.
right there takes out Pure. Nothing you can really do about that. I mean, Snorlax is a big target, so even using the flail to try to run away a little bit more, just not ending up working here. Wow, 4 members of T3 waiting in the bush and grabs that swine up, that Piloswine, and brings them in, but Lutano getting their get-backs on Sobi right away.
Zealot is trying their best to pull in a lot of these Pokemon into dangerous area, but it's Talonflame that's able to close them out. That's a big KO the other way. T3 now 2 members down. Talonflame gets that double KO, and now we have a Registeel down in the basement path. Team name as full position to grab it. Looks like T3 is fully vacating the premises, heading towards the top half.
This is just burst comp on both sides. There is just so much burst happening. I feel like you've got snipe shots that Lutano doesn't miss. You've got brave birds all over the place, and then you also see the wicked blow, and it's just, and then you've got like the consistent damage from Flail as well with that Snorlax. And again, we're seeing T3 prioritizing this top objective. If they lose a little bit in the bottom path, they don't really care too much about it. They'll just let that go and head up to the top path. What we're seeing here, Regieleki breaks, and so far we've got a pretty even match.
3-point differential between these two squads. Registeel buff on for the next 50 seconds. Thank you, Shivam, for these wonderful graphics. That helps tremendously. A little bit of an engage here. Umbreon onto the Zeraora. Snipe shot misses. That one doesn't. Big KO for Lutano. Fight rages on. Talonflame's going to Brave Bird to get out of danger. Lutano is on fire, despite being a water type.
They're just not letting this Zeraora do what it's been doing for these past couple sets. Zealot just like has been loving this Zera all evening, and they just have not been letting it do what it needs to do. It can't dive in on Lutano because of the double speedster comp of team name as well as the front line from Umbreon. And unfortunately for T3, they're gonna have to if they're gonna want to win this game, because look at these snipes. And then we've got the Meowscarada Floor Flares coming in, takes out Urshifu, grabs 2.
Big KOs there. Lutano pops their Azure Spy Vision, try to grab a couple more. Gonna press that A button. Pretty tough for that Zeraora that's heading back to the Pokemon Center. 20 seconds until this next objective. However, team name is looking to put some points in this top half. Another snipe from Lutano. This guy does not miss.
I don't know how you let Inteleon go. I feel like Inteleon is one of those Pokemon that should be prioritized so much more than it is, but I guess not everybody is as skilled as Lutano, as cracked on the sticks, as they say. I'm always saying this, but now with Regice on the map, I say a lot. With Regice on the map, the teams are going to have to start to move down here. The really weirdly placed portal there from Tie-Dye brings the whole team in, but luckily it's going to work out for them.
It does work out. Talonflame back to the Pokemon Center. Zeraora appealing towards it. Regice already at half. We have a little bit of engagement in the back line. It's Mamoswine putting a ton of damage. Takes out the Hoopa, but it's just this Mamo. Regice is able to get captured by that Zeraora. Mamoswine in trouble now. Lutano from the back line. Still hitting the snipe shots. Still not missing. Here on the Snorlax looking to force Meowscarada back to their goal zone. Mission accomplished there. T3 gets some XP in their pocket.
Just a little bit early on the snipe shot secure there from Lutano on that Regice, allowing T3 to kind of clean that up. I think that's the first mistake Lutano has even made, if you can even call it a mistake, because they still picked up KOs after that. But T3 is continuing to rage on in this game. And look at Pure how much, even with the flail, even with the Aos cookie stacks, the burst from Flower Trick and Brave Bird, just so much damage.
I was very surprised to see him take that portal back, but Tie-Dye is doing a great job leading these Hoopa portals in perfect position. Talonflame is taken out by that Zeraora. Now we have the Meowscarada popping the Floral Flourish, takes out Sobi. It's raging on. Damage is flying out. Umbreon pops their Unite move, but it's mostly to survive. That's a tall task. They're back in the Pokemon Center now. Lutano from the back line getting guarded from this Mamoswine. Pier trying to hunt them down, unable to advance forward as Mamoswine is being an absolute menace. Hoopa is able to take out the Meowscarada now. There's all sorts of chaos in this team fight. Sarah Aura now going down. Talonflame is able to pick that one up. Looking to now take out the Hoopa. They try to place the port. Are they going to be able to get back? Criminal from Tie-Dye.
Tie-Dye on this Hoopa is just absolutely terrifying. And what we're seeing for both of these teams right now is I feel like T3 is playing on their back foot all game because there's just so much burst damage coming out from Team Name that they can't respond quick enough because they desperately need to be relying on these Hoopa portals to reset them because they're just going down too fast. Even Pure, the tankiness of the Snorlax is getting bursted down.
4 seconds until this basement. Reggie, Team Name, is in relatively good position to take it. They still have that basement path down. However, T3 is the one that punches it right in the face and peels off now. 10 seconds until Rayquaza.
I like doing that too. You just kind of show up, punch somebody in the face real quick, and then leave. Look at Pure getting caught out there. That is not a good look for T3. Team Name is going to capitalize on this with the Talonflame.
Zeraora pops their Unite move, tries to take out Lutano, unable to do so. Meowscarada in the backline, being a menace. 2 KOs, Lutano picks up a third, and now 3 members of T3 are in the Pokemon Center. Make it 4 as another KO from Lutano. This guy has not missed a beat. Rayquaza at half. Snorlax, Hail Mary player. They're going to be able to walk in. They walk in. No, it's Meowscarada. They take the Rayquaza. Team Name closing the door on T3.
That was just not a good look for T3 there with Pure getting caught out right before the fight popped off. And I've been talking about T3 all day and their ability to, even if somebody gets caught out, they can reset. But Team Name did not let them reset. They just immediately capitalized. And I mean, that's what dive does, you know? Like, you're able to just dive in, you force the fight in your favor. And then obviously you have Lutano not missing a single snipe shot, I feel like, for the entire game.
You gotta ban that Pokemon away from him. He was too good on it. There's another KO that way. Team Name, 410, 118, 45 seconds left. T3 is gonna have to make a heroic comeback, especially with 2 Pokemon in the Pokemon Center. Make it 3 as Talonflame closes out the Urshifu. Make it 4 as Lutano takes out Sobi. It's a clean team ace. He gets another double KO. More points flying in, and the white flag should be flying for T3 as it's going to be insurmountable. This is going to be a GG very soon.
The more I think about this composition that Team Name put together, the more that I am terrified. It's going to keep me up at night. I mean, look at you got the Mamoswine repositioning, so much dive and burst from the double speedsters, and then Lutano. Another double KO, just not missing anything. And then you've got the healing there from your Umbreon with a wish. It's just a terrifying team composition, and T3 is going to need to come up with an answer to that in the second game.
I don't even know if you could come up with an answer to Lutano. Despite not playing at all this UCS season.
19 kills, KOs.
This guy has not missed a beat. You would not be able to tell me, if I just walked in and looked at this game, I would say he's been playing all season. I've been saying that he's probably been playing Inteleon all season at a high level in top 8s, but no, he just walks in and just crushes everybody's hopes and dreams. I'm really excited to see him back here, and wow, team name. I'm not sure if they're gonna change that team name, but this name, they might have something going here for March Cup.
We have been taught.
That's insane. Damage.
We talked
silly.
about the dust, the potential dust that would have to be dusted off of Lutano's controller, and I don't think that there was really any dust to be dusted, because I mean, instead they're dusting the enemy team. 103,000 damage most of the game, 19 KOs, and I feel like and then you just have the background of Meowscarada Talonflame also doing a ridiculous amount of damage, and I don't know what T3 does. I feel like the Mewtwo Y is just never my favorite, but I don't necessarily think that the Mewtwo Y is like the reason for the loss of of the match. I feel like it's more the fact that Lutano hit every single snipe possible, plus an extra snipe on Sundays. But I feel like generally the Mewtwo Y, not my favorite attacker. Maybe something with like a little bit more utility, maybe a little bit more range could have been helpful in this situation. Sure. But I think that regardless, you ban this Inteleon.
You have to. I mean, the Zeraora did look good relatively early on. It seemed to do exactly what you want to do in that early game, and Zealot was hitting a lot of really good pulls early on, but just kind of caught up to him. This Meowscarada, this Talonflame got fed really well, and Lutano just once again and again, 19 KOs for this guy. Like, where has he been all season? Like, what a pickup.
Vibing, I guess, hanging out.
Yeah.
And he really saw the meme on the Pokemon Unite official page. Just, can you please lock in? And was like, yeah, I guess so. And really just heavily locked in right there. I feel like when you get a good Inteleon player, it just makes it really difficult if they're hitting all those snipes. Because look, we see this entire time, just even getting dove on by the Snorlax, there's nothing they could do.
We're 5 months into the season, this Unite Championship season. And this is the first time we're really starting to see the thought of him playing. He's just going to walk into March Cup, get some championship points, and be in a relatively good position to make a Worlds run. I mean, North America's wide open, especially with how the tournament is set up this year. You just have to make top 12 to qualify for the regional finals. Obviously, you can do it through the open qualifier, but you have to be top 4 in that. But the 6 through the 12 in North America is very close. Outside of things like Luminosity, Orange Juicers, there's just so much competition between these 6 through 12 seeds. So I think regardless of if they're starting from scratch in March, they're able to make a couple runs. March is going to be wide open because Luminosity is going to be competing in ACL.
Yeah, and I mean, even Luminosity, like we talk about Luminosity just being so far ahead of other teams, and though I do think that they are far and away the best team in the NA region, I feel like also it's not like they never lose, you know?
Sure.
Like if a team can figure out the secret sauce and just able to catch them on a bad day or catch, a good draft against them, you just outdraft them heavily, like they could definitely be beat, and maybe this team name composition with the return of Lutano maybe that's the answer.
T3 is going to try to stop them in their tracks. Looked like it was going well for quite a bit of that match, but it just kind of caught up to him. You have to find a way to slow this guy down. T3, though, very strong team, especially with how they've performed this year. However, it seems like T3 has had a couple of rough tournaments, getting knocked out before top 8, I think in 2 different tournaments. So they're definitely beatable as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And already here with this draft, both the teams are kind of prioritizing playing a little bit of mind games with each other. The bans of Meowscarada, Umbreon, and Snorlax, those were all Pokemon that were used in the previous match. So the only repeat ban is the Suicune, which gives a lot of opportunity for both teams to pick up different Pokemon, and T3 capitalizes it with a first pick Absol.
Ooh, first pick Absol, very different, but I like it. I think Absol, even before the buffs that it received and then the eventual removal of some of the stat change buffs, reversion, maybe we call it. Still one of the best
turn it off
speedsters.
And back
on. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah.
But Absol was one of the best speedsters in the top 8, or at least the most played, other than, I think it was the most played in a couple of the cups. Zoroark was also often played, but we'll see. I really still love Absol here.
Yeah, I love the Absol pick, and a way to counter a good speedster a lot of times is with another speedster, and Team Name has grabbed 2 of them, taking away Zealot's Zeraora and grabbing that Talonflame as well, but it looks like T3 might do the same thing on the other side. They're going to take the Hoopa, and Sobi might grab the Inteleon. She looks like she is gearing towards the Mewtwo Y, though. But this is interesting here. We have Pure with the Hoopa lock-in, Tie-Dye with the Blissey. So double support, no tank instead. And let's see what Lutano wants to pick. I'm surprised to see them not immediately grabbing that Inteleon. Instead, we have a Glaceon.
I don't mind the Glaceon here. I think it could do really well into this Blissey. I mean, I imagine we'll probably see a cursed item added. There it is. Helps slow down any additional shielding that, or even recovery that the Serena's gonna have. So I do like it, especially because they do have at least a little bit of bulk. But
yeah,
I mean, I wanted to see more Lutano and Inteleon, if I'm being
I guess, like,
honest.
maybe there is he's just, like, trying out a different Pokemon every time.
Maybe.
He's like, I remember I played this one. Can I try this one? And they're like, yeah, sure, you can do whatever you want. But I do like the Glaceon here. And look at that. I'm actually so excited about this. All right, so Jolteon switched into Hoopa, and Pure is going to be playing Absol. So the tank player is going to be moving on to the Absol pick. This is for me, like, this is why I'm here. Like, this is why I'm casting, this is why I, like, stream and, like, am a part of this, because of, like, moments like this where teams are having a good time, trying stuff out, playing around, like, they're enjoying themselves, like, this is supposed to be fun. And one of my favorite things ever is to randomly get a role swap mid-set, especially when it's like tanker support player suddenly locking in carry. Like, that's so fun to me. So I'm excited to see how Pure does on this Absol. I doubt that was the plan at the beginning of draft, but we're gonna see if it cooks.
Yeah, I also love it. I think it's always fun. But here we go, game number 2. Team name. That's not a placeholder. That is their registered team name. Gonna be on your orange side. They're taking the Zeraora to the top path. Talonflame taking the central area, and a little bit of a split push here. Because Lutano and the Swinub are going to be taking that blue buff.
Yeah, I'm with it. You also want to make sure that you're protecting against a possible Hoopa invade. Very, very good Pokemon for an invade, and instead they are going to be in that top path. But with 3 members of Team Name moving up into this top path, going to be difficult for Serena to get any secures or get anything done. We see Vin Diesel grab that.
Ooh, Zeraora going to be forced back to pad. And grab some shields, maybe grab some of the wild Pokemon experience. But a lot of T3 in that early stage was just kind of holding on against that counter push, and they were able to do so. Serena able to get their level 4, so pretty big place for them.
Pure on the level 5. Now, do we have Night Slash, or do we? We do have a Night Slash going in, but deciding ultimately they're not going to jump in too hard on JL. I mean, especially with its passive up, that's going to be particularly difficult to go up against, but a 3v3 in this top path. Pure getting dangerously low. Zeraora looking to chase them down, but it will be the Talonflame picking up that KO, and they don't want to stop here. Lutano has also joined the party in the top path.
It's a full-out team name party here. They get another KO. They're going to drop in a decent amount of points there, make it 44 to be exact. So that's going to enable them to now look at the central area of T3, looking to grab and steal some of the buffs away. Psyduck is able to do so. Also able to take the KO on Absol. Full-out shopping spree for team name as Lutano says that's our blue buff. Take that,
dancing
Beena.
on him a little bit as well on the way down. Grabbing both buffs, and now Sobi with the Mega Evolution is going to do her best to fight against Lutano, but the level 7 Glaceon, those Icicle Spears are just ripping through that squishy attacker. Not much T3 can do right now. Already against the Double Speedster comp, they are playing on their back foot, which is kind of what you'd expect playing against Double Speedster, but it looks like already they're going to be focusing on late game.
Zeraora getting a KO, another KO. This time it's a Fletchinder that enables the evolution to Talonflame. A double KO for Zeraora now, as that's a 2-piece combo. Points are going to be coming on in. Another 15 going in from Lutano, adding and dropping this down to 7 HP. Another stack in for this Talonflame. Goal zone is going to be closed out by Joey on that Piloswine. Birds going to be cleared out by Team Name, and right now, this match Husky is all Team Name.
Interesting rotations for Team Name, noticeably very different from the previous match. They didn't play like this, and it just kind of goes to show that even though this team has kind of just started playing together, we're already seeing these different strategies coming to fruition based on the team composition, which just shows a lot of talent. But T3 as well is responding very well to that. They end up breaking this top path goal. I mean, we know how much they like to prioritize that top path.
It's exactly what they needed, at least a little bit of a trade. Brave Bird is going to connect huge damage onto T3. Blissey going back to the Pokemon Center. Joey's going to pick up with an Ice Fang. Talonflame is able to pick up 2. I think that might have been a 3rd, but no, it's Piloswine that's able to grab that one. Serena able to take out the Piloswine. Absol, all the meanwhile, able to take the Regieleki. It's exactly what T3 needed here.
Noticeably very smart play there from Pure to use that Unite move to just rip that Regieleki right down, and really good timing of the safeguard there as well to make sure that the Plasma Gale didn't knock up. And wow, look at Machizzle try to dive in, but a KO on top of them while Team Name is having to deal with that Regieleki pushing toward their tier 2. And interestingly enough, suddenly after T3 prioritized that top path, it seems like they are right back in this.
Demonic Hoopa Portal from Jolteon. However, here comes Lutano. Also a big old Brave Bird from Vin Diesel looking to hunt down Pure. Pure gonna try for a Night Slash, but it's all for naught. Double KO going over to Lutano. Gonna take out this Altaria family on the T3 side, so good amount of XP over to them. Serena's gonna pick up this Zeraora, grab a KO with their Unite move. Mamoswine trying to survive, but that's a tall task with those triple axle going through.
Wow, fantastic communications there, making sure you time that Infinite Cyber Unite move, and now Pure just has to stall for long enough for Soba to get down there. I don't think it's going to matter. Lutano is still going to get 35 points in before he go in the top path for Serena. Triple KO for the Talonflame, and we're just having a point battle back and forth.
Oh, Blissful Assistance on the opposite side. Over Tie-Dye, I think, is going to try to run away. Unable to do so. I think it might have been the damage that went onto the redirected damage onto the Serena that did the trick there. Mamoswine picks up a double. Objective is about to be spawning. 4 seconds to the basement. 15 about towards the Regieleki.
And I wonder if we will see T3 prioritize this top path again. I mean, we're seeing the bottom path objective has spawned. Regirock is down there, but against a Glaceon with Icicle Spear, you know, there's not a lot you can really do to try to contest that rip, so instead it looks like T3 is indeed going to prioritize that top path. Instead, rather, the central area going to depend on that Unite move from Hoopa to bring them up into the top path if they need to, but looks like right now they're just going to go ahead and rip down Regieleki. The teams seem to be congregating more toward the central area.
A little bit of engage from this Absol. They take the Hoopa Portal. Rings are unbound. That's going to bring the teams in. However, Team Name has vacated the premises. They've gone to score T2 bottom side. That might enable T3 to start a little bit of a push over here. It's just Mamoswine. Here come the Cavalry. All the Pokemon are returning. Unite move from the Serena. Are they going to be able to take out the Psyduck? Going to try to go on in, but Lutano has locked them on with some Icicle Spears. Absol is able to take out the Mamoswine. Talonflame pops their Unite move. Regieleki on the doorstep. Lutano says, knock, knock, who's there? I'm back. I got a triple KO, and I am back for the UCS.
Like, insane map awareness from Team Name, knowing that they're going to take down Regieleki in the top path, but as soon as you see that Hoopa Unite move, and you know that the call is likely, all right, everybody, let's go, like, we're coming through the Hoopa portal right now, everyone in the top path, they know immediately that that bottom tier 2 goal zone is open, and they have more than enough time to score and go defend. Incredible map awareness there from Team Name, and they are keeping T3 on their toes.
Woo. Huge KO there, just adding insult to injury as this level 14 Talonflame. Machizzle able to get a nice 50-point dunk in on the top side. Serena does close out that T1 goal zone on the bottom side. Psyduck getting caught here, gonna just accept the fate. Might try to get this Talonflame out, but this could be a big problem for Vin Diesel. That's gonna be a lot of XP over to T3.
say that that's even going as far as a little bit of an int there from Team
Cookie jar
Name. They
moment?
pushed a little bit too hard into that tier 2 goal zone, but right now T3 should not really be focusing on scoring at all. They have to start lining up for this Rayquaza, which is hitting the map in already 15 seconds, and right now they are playing from behind, so it's going to be up to T3 to make this first move, which we might already be seeing, trying to catch out Ukwe.
Yeah, gonna be forced to utilize the Mamoswine Unite. Hoopa Portal is gonna be placed there perfectly. Great escape there, great plays there from Jolteons. However, a huge Talonflame Flame Suite is gonna send 2 members back to the Pokemon Center in just as quick as T3 thought they could engage. They get wiped from the Thea Sky Ruins. It's Vin Diesel getting a triple KO. It's Team Name taking the Rayquaza, and that's a GG. Team Name moving on to your grand finals.
What even happened in that last fight?
God.
I saw that Mewtwo got taken out by Vin Diesel. They were able to dive the back line, and then all of a sudden, nobody else existed. Pure got a Unite move out, but it didn't really matter in the end because it didn't do enough damage to take even a single member of Team Name out, and what a clean Rayquaza fight for Team Name, and they are going to take this set 2-0.
2-0. Team Name advancing to your grand finals. It's the new squad on the block. Familiar names, different team name. Keep it that way. Do you think that if that's their name, do you think the admins will make them change it similar to how the Orange team had to change their name? Already getting word. Beena says no, it won't be allowed. I think she was typing before I even finished my sentence.
Well, they're gonna have to think of something, but they just wanted to test it out for tonight. They wanted to see potentially if they were gonna stay together as a team, if this squad was gonna work out. And you know what? I think I would go as far as to say that it seems pretty good. Maybe.
I think
possibly they're okay.
I think they got something cooking here.
Is this something? Maybe, possibly, potentially. They're okay.
I feel like if this is the team, it's got to be a favorite looking forward to the March Cup. A lot of strong teams are going to be competing. Like we previously mentioned, Luminosity will not because they'll be in Japan for the Asia Champions playoffs with an attempt to try to win that bracket. But this is going to be a demonic team, right? I mean, 3 members of consistent top 8 finishers all season long with JL and Chisel and Joey. So not only that, but I believe Vin Diesel has been on a top 8 team every single time too, mostly with Nemesis. This is going to be a tough team to take down, adding Lutano. I'm very interested to follow this storyline moving forward. Yeah,
this will be a fun one as we're seeing some replays from that first match where it seemed like, Team Name and T3 were kind of on the same wavelength throughout the match, but then Team Name just kind of found their groove somewhere along the way, and they didn't give T3 a second to breathe.
Not a single second. Yeah, I believe this is game 1. Obviously, we just had a little bit of a switch up because they were on the opposite side, but either way, Team Name just really showing you why they're probably going to be a favorite moving forward in a lot of matches, and they're showing it tonight. And while this is, Underdunk number 50, we had a lot of teams show up today, Husky. A lot of teams, a lot of top players showing up tonight. And
yeah, I mean, they finally Thea is back. Like, people are hyped. People took a break because of remote.
Yeah.
And then they're like, wow, my baby, Thea Sky Ruins. I missed her. What a beautiful Thea Sky Ruins. They're just excited to be back. Plus, I mean, this is one of those off weeks where, we just had a tournament last weekend. Teams are looking to practice, get prepared for March Cup. So this is a great opportunity for them to jump in. And it's always fun to see a lot of top players showing up and showing out. And it gives us a little sneak peek, right? If this is the team that we're seeing, that Team Name has put together, members of Kiss Kiss and then adding Lutano and members of Nemesis. This is going to be interesting.
The roster mania is going crazy in the final few weeks of the season. We have only a couple of weeks left in in 2025 regular season, right? I mean, we have March Cup in just a short couple weeks, and then April Cup will be pretty quick after that. I believe it's like the second or third week in April, and then that's it. After that, it's regionals time. There's 2 final cups left in North America, so 2 less chances to gain your championship points, so now's the time to try to make the top 12 so you don't have to go through the open qualifier and be one of those top 4 teams. So now's the time to change it. It's probably one of the last times we'll see some roster flops or flops, maybe flops, maybe swaps.
Flops.
Flop and swap, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean, some are definitely gonna flop.
True.
But
I don't think this one is though. I think this is looking good. Maybe this is too early to tell. Maybe it's a little early, but I think this team can work. It's got a great core.
Yeah. NA try not to have roster mania. Challenge impossible. Seeing some of the replays here, a little bit of slow motion of those Hoopa portals, but at the end of the day, team name with a huge defense. This is where I called out the unbelievable macro awareness.
Yeah.
Just to be able to know that you can score, extend your point lead, and let's look at this though. I need to watch this fight because I don't even know what happened. Suddenly everybody was down, but like Talon down in the corner, you can see them there. They know Sobi's in there. Immediately jumps, gets the reset on Aerial Ace. Uses the flame sweep right in, grabs Blissey as well, and yeah, wow. Not even a second. It was like 5 seconds total.
That was demonic from Vin Diesel. The positioning, the repositioning with the Aerial Ace into the flame sweep to pull, to get a KO and then pull 2 more. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal stuff here from Team NAM. Well, incredible stuff. They are going to be going into your grand finals. Let's take a quick look. I'm going to just say, let's take a quick peek. Add that to the bingo card. Take a quick peek mention.
You guys remember the bingo card? You guys got to get ready with that bingo card. No reason in particular.
Yeah, no reason in particular. Get ready for your bingo card in a couple weeks. Team name going on to your grand finals. They will be playing against the winner of T3 versus TBD. I'm trying to see if we have a matchup yet. It does look like it finally updated. It is going to be... oh, no, I lied. Public Enemies versus Tempo Tantrum is going to be... Whoever wins that one is going to be playing T3 in the lower bracket finals. Winner of that will head back towards the top path for the grand finals. Excited to see who it's going to be. But with that said, everybody, make sure to enter in. I did open up that other giveaway. I think there's only 7 people in there right now. When we get back from the break, we are going to be drawing 2 more sets of 4,000 AOS coins. So make sure to ! ticket or ! enter. Only one entry because I'll just draw it from that pool of people. And then we'll draw those on the way back. And then before the grand finals, we'll draw 1 Suicune. And then after the grand finals, we'll draw another Suicune because we have some things to talk about. But folks, don't go anywhere. Maybe grab a drink, maybe grab a snack. We'll be right back with the lower bracket finals. And Zoinks and Bridget will be right up right after this.
Hey everybody, we're back for Underdunk number 50. It's me, Zoinks, joined by Bridget. Bridget, we got one more game of our sets because we're headed into the losers finals, the winner go home, best of one of epic proportions. We got Public Enemies going against T3. True. Yeah. No, except if you're coming from the Muck Raid. If you came from the Muck Raid, then potentially you did get to see them a little bit on broadcasts. Those viewers, they did go up against Tempo Tantrum in the losers semifinals, dispatching Tempo Tantrum there at a very respectable 4th place finish in our Underdunk tournament tonight. So Public Enemies already guaranteed into the top 3. If anybody got to catch a little bit of that game via Muck's POV, Muck was forced off with the Greninja, and then the Public Enemies picked up Attacker Greninja in response. Pretty epic back and forth. So they also were showing that they weren't banning Suicune in that game. So I'm very curious if that is going to repeat here against T3. Maybe Sobi gets a chance at it, but T3 also showing a tendency to ban that Pokemon as well.
I'm off mute now. I'm so sorry.
Oh, cool.
My bad. So I kind of blacked out everything you just said.
Sobi might play Suicune unless they ban it. That's just good. I'll catch you up.
Okay, good TLDR. Good TLDR. Very into that. I am muted, I think, guys. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just entering in the Twitch chat for the giveaway.
Don't mind me.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see Public Enemies. We were kind of chit-chatting while we were taking a break. They're actually a top 3 LATAM South team.
Yeah.
So despite Ping, it is not too surprising to see them here. I know they got 3rd in February Cup. I'm not sure how they did during the play-ins, but if you're paying attention to LATAM South, they've been on the heels of Peru and Yatagarasu. So,
cool.
Getting into our game number uno, and only game for this set.
Yeah, it's true. Game number uno, and of course, I don't know the Spanish word for end, unfortunately, but okay, here we go. Blissey being banned first up. You're going to consider the second ban. We've seen things like Umbreon in this slot, Psyduck potentially, Absol, another great option. Probably the most powerful speedster, specifically when it does come to North American tournaments. It feels like these players love the Absol. Talonflame also going to get the ban, but interesting to note, statistically, Gengar has been the better performing speedster out of those bunch. So maybe we see it show up. However, neither of these teams have shown a tendency, at least I'm not too sure about Public Enemies. T3 not showing a tendency to play that pick. Sobi getting another chance at the EXP share. Suicune though.
Yeah, definitely kind of funny, silly, like knowing how much people are like, ugh, another all-arounder. And now it's like, well,
yeah,
it doesn't even matter.
Maybe it's the most flexible all-rounder we've ever had, actually.
Yeah, we're breaking ground here today. Public Enemy is gonna pick up Inteleon and Psyduck. Honestly, Inteleon has had a great tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Lutana was piloting it, so that helped a lot. This is interesting. That's an interesting pick. I mean, it looks kind of like my Chinese Unite TFT games. Like, it looks like my auto chess build so far. Do love the Psyduck and Inteleon composition, but they are going to respond to it with a Zeraora and a Ho-Oh again on the other side. So Pure, really interesting. When the Snorlax is not available, they are not leaning towards the Umbreon these days. Instead, going back to the Ho-Oh well again and again, especially when Sobi is on an attacker that can pick up the EXP share.
Yeah, it just feels like Pure has really been shining on these more run at you type of tanks. Like
yeah. The more offensive focused ones for sure.
Yeah, and it's been fun to see. T3 gonna pick up that only double speedster this time. No triple speedster nonsense with the Comfey, but still playing that Zera and Zoro to make our lives difficult.
Also, good to see Anon's back. I guess from whatever they had to do. They were
forgot.
able to show back up. Jolteon's subbed in for when they were needed, but is not going to be bouncing back out as Anon is going to fill back in on the slot, so they will have this Zoroark and Zeraora duo. Truly a dynamic duo, a demon duo, if you will. Truly a demon duo when it comes to trying to commentate them. So public enemies, let's talk about instead. Garchomp and Blaziken going to be the final standouts of their draft. Two exceptionally strong team fighting Pokemon, especially in the mid game. Level 9 for Garchomp and 8 for Blaziken really do feel like breakpoints where they can 1v1 essentially any Pokemon on the other side at any given time. Ho-Oh though is going to be a tough Pokemon to deal with when it comes to it, but I do think this is going to make Zealot's job a lot harder on this Zeraora of finding susceptible targets on the other side. Blaziken and Garchomp, not those for very long.
Yeah, very, very true. I'm definitely interested in what the Blaziken can bring to the table, since it's kind of a weird one. It's I'm not sure who I said it on EUIC's broadcast, but it feels like it's the type of mon that you see the longer a tournament goes on.
Yeah.
For some reason, it always seems to kind of fall in favor. I feel like especially during these single elim matches, you kind of want to make sure you got something that will get the objective. So
yeah, a little bit safer picks, right? I mean, you're in a best of one situation. Like on Muck Stream, they were saying that the losers semifinals, the perfect time to try out a brand new Pokemon. I think losers finals, maybe not that element. So instead, we're gonna go back to some kind of old favorites. Blaziken secure, something you can always count on.
exactly. It's always there for you. I know that's like a company slogan, but I can't think of the company because all I have on my mind is losers finals of Underdunk 50. Woo!
Big 5-0, just like my birthday. I'm not 50. Not yet.
Happy 50th birthday, Zoinks!
Finally, I did it, the 5-0. Oh, good early damage from Zealot. You can always got to worry with that Comfey in tandem. We've seen Zealot pick up little KO streaks of 2 before the first bird spawn in. So, good amount of stuns from public enemies to ensure that does not happen in that situation. But now they're going to have another damage dealer to work with. Anon picks up Tie-Dye to go along the way, and they spot that. Ugh, Combuskin.
Ugh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
You have to see this on
Honestly,
your screen. I know it's very difficult
ally and
for you.
understanding my disgust is really big. So, Slow Smoke gonna make the counter punch a little bit of an impossible task. Gabite not gonna be able to follow up. Zoroark gonna walk away, roam through the central.
Yeah, pretty like much of a stalemate so far. Obviously, T3 is a little bit of a level lead on Pure, of course. Need to get the Ho-Oh as big as possible. And T3 having a little bit of points in their bucket so far, but honestly, nothing too crazy. 2 minutes in, it still feels like anyone could run away with it. All it's going to take is kind of, I feel like, one big engage.
It does feel interesting to see Ho-Oh as a defender be an option to remove the EXP share from. We saw a lot of success from Pikatif playing this Pokemon. They had the experience share almost on the entire time. But this it does allow Pure to double stack as well as play the Cursed Bangle. So not only are we anti-healing, we're also just going to become a stat machine later in the game. That's going to be really tough to deal with. Mystic doing their best attempt with this Drizzile in this early game. But right now, even the Water Gun's not enough to take it down. Felstinger, though, will give them the escape route.
Yeah, honestly, even closer of a point match now. I can't even really figure out which objective these teams seem like they're going for. It seems like more people from public enemies are coming up to this top path. Zoro in pretty deep, but I think they're able to escape. Zera is not able to get out, though.
Yeah, great surf by the Psyduck to prevent any kind of escape route from happening. Anon does steal the berry from said Psyduck, though. It's going to shut them down a little bit longer. This is a 2v4 reminder. Tie-Dye's Comfey is along for the ride. It looks like Zealot has respawned and actually chosen to go and take a few of these central area Pokemon. They need some Unite moves, but namely, they need Zeraora off this level 6. A really tough early game for Zealot, where we normally do not see that happening for this player. Big attempt at a steal from the Umbreon, not going to work out for public enemies. Sobi and Pure lock down the Regirock.
Yeah, honestly, good pressure on the side of Public Enemies. They're doing a really great job defending this goal to kind of stop the momentum for T3. They're able to get a KO, but they're kind of pushing in now, and I'm not sure, if they have the manpower, but as we have all 5 members of Public Enemies in action, it is looking like they will get a lot of donkeys off.
Jeez, Blaziken taking a lot of credit for these KOs, but okay, alright, Sobi trying to defend this goal zone, but now that Whirlpool's on cooldown and a Garchomp is running that Suicune down, I don't think that's going to be an option to actually stop it from breaking, but they do trade, and that is a KO onto that Garchomp. Really huge knockout for them. Public Enemies electing to maybe lose one of their players in that team fight, but get a large overdunk on the bottom side. Good macro decision, and they are paying for, or they are, successfully earning it. The 196 in their point line right now.
Yeah, honestly, big point lead for Public Enemies. Obviously, T3 is going to have both of those Audinos on the top and bottom paths now, so they will have a lot of opportunity to keep farming and stay in this game. It doesn't look like Public Enemies is kind of like pushing in enough to steal that farm, but we'll see how this plays out as T3 is kind of looking like they want to push this top goal zone, but maybe they aren't quite sure.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Because safe farm isn't exactly a great perspective option for a Zoroark and Zeraora combination, but take a look at that. A very pretty pull from Zealot, getting the Volt Switch combo off, yoinking the Garchomp away from the goal zone just in time to get the Unite move execute. They're actually going to put up 2. Blaziken with the counter punch, or counter big ol' kick, I should say, with the overheat to take 1, but that is an Umbreon Unite move in response to the Ho-Oh. So a full 5 members for T3 up as Zealot does it again. This time picking out the Inteleon out of the mix, and that is a great KO for them. However, Pure now on an island with the Fire Spin, giving them some extra time, but this Blaziken left unchecked is going to do some major damage, and Public Enemies relying a lot on this all-rounder. It's paying off big, though.
Yeah, even Garchomp was able to get like a solid Unite move off on Zealot on that Zera. If nothing else, just to kind of zone him out from the Blaziken's wrath onto the rest of their team. Public Enemy's gonna rip down this Registeel in the bottom path, pretty uncontested from T3. Man, that's both objectives going in the side of Public Enemies.
Unite team name, Blaziken's Wrath. Please, someone put that one. I like that a lot. Or just a band name. Someone wants to have a weird, out-of-context band name. I think that would be also pretty sick.
Yeah, that one's for free.
Exactly. Public Enemies definitely headlining this matchup, though. 196, 223, only 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Also, look at the map control they have. Right now, Umbreon totally fine face-checking the entirety of the team of T3, but you have Garchomp kind of waiting in the wings, see if they can get a big lineup. Grass Knot does go out from a now, but they are caught by multiple targets. Zoroark, your Night move does buy them a little bit of time and most likely buys them some better damage. Garchomp does have the Buddy Barrier assist from the Psyduck. Big amount of shield from Psyduck to give him the backup as Mystic puts together yet another fantastic snipe shot. They are stitching. I love that call to try to predict the Volt Switch return and shoots at that little template on the ground. Not going to guess it correctly this time, but Mystic is still safe in the back line. Picks up another KO on the Pure.
I've just had my eyes locked on Mystic on this Inteleon, man. He is maybe missing a little bit, but really not a lot, because he's just been able to get, yes, stepping up when it matters is what we like to see here. And yeah, I just feel like the Inteleon plays this tournament in general have been pretty impressive. I guess this is what it can do when there aren't 4 speedsters running at it.
Yeah, only 2, I guess, in this situation.
Yeah, that's more manageable.
But, like, you gotta understand, it is a bit of a double-edged sword. Obviously, Inteleon is such at risk to these dives. You get hit by a couple of big combos, you are absolutely gone. But the same is true for Inteleon. Lands one snipe shot on this Zoroark or Zeraora, they are essentially sent packing. So, that snipe shot damage has to be respected. You see T3 playing this a lot more conservatively right now when the Rayquaza spawns in. Zealot on a big flank on the top side, something to keep in mind. Currently, Garchomp, though, might be thinking about a recall. They just ticked over to level 13.
Yeah, I'm really loving the positioning coming from Public Enemies, how Blaziken was basically like standing on top of their Inteleon, knowing that they'd want to run at him. He was just prepping for them falling on it. It's just really cool to see how they're playing around the Inteleon. It just feels like T3 can't even break through to them.
Yeah, I mean, Sobi playing really passive on this Suicune right now. Feels like they need to get in there, but that is one of the reasons you gotta back off. They take a snipe shot's worth of damage. It's easy cleanup for that Umbreon around the bottom side. Garchomp actually going for an aggressive play. They do not want Pure to try to bring back that Suicune, and now that main res bot absolutely decimated.
Wow, Zera able to get a KO back on the Psyduck, but we're pretty stretched far out of this pit. Zealot getting a double KO. I think they might be able to turn this around if they can keep that pressure on, but it looks like Zoro is going to be caught out.
Okay, Sobi does get to land that Unite move, so ignoring that foul play stun is actually going to set them up for 2. A ton of extra damage thanks to the freezing ability of that Whirlpool Ice Beam combo is going to take 3. It is a lone Psyduck. Psy has begun. The chant of the Psyduck around the Rayquaza already channeling Garchomp is not going to be here in time. It comes down to the Duck. They got the suit. They don't got the secure, though, as Pure picks up the Ray.
I was real worried about that Surf, but man, really impressive patience from T3 during that fight, and
100%.
Honestly not panicking when it kind of wasn't going their way, especially with that Intel ult in the bottom path. I just really was, near the bottom path. I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to live through it, but able to clutch it up with the team fight and the Rayquaza and this best of 1 losers finals.
Yeah, crazy stuff. T3 clean up their game in that final Ray fight and are going to eliminate Public Enemies here at 3rd place in our tournament. By the way, Public Enemies went down in round 2 to Tempo Tantrum in our tournament and went on a losers bracket demon run, eliminating Endless, T-Gang, and eventually winning their rematch against Tempo Tantrum in the losers semis. They will exit our tournament in that 3rd place position, but a bronze medal in a stacked tournament like this, still very impressive. On the other hand, T3 get their rematch against a brand new squad and team name.
I am honestly so excited for T3. I obviously love LATAM South region. Was honestly really cool to have one of the top teams there be in this tourney, just to kind of, I know ping, etc., but cool to see such a different play style. Look at that comeback from T3.
Yeah, what a grab.
I feel like this is a team we were kind of talking about beforehand, how, we are always kind of just like rooting for them. We like that they've like been sticking together this year, and so it's kind of cool to see them have this success in Underdunk 50.
Yeah, I think it was awesome. Take a look at Pure's stat line here. At 39,000 damage done, 65,000 damage taken, and 28,000 health recovered. You got to think about that without the EXP share on this Ho-Oh. Where did that investment kind of line up for them? We even saw in the score graph actually a chance to see Ho-Oh actually scored 4 times before the 2-minute mark. So did at least get 4 stacks out of the weight in the cookie on this Ho-Oh. Definitely had a lot more bulk. We saw how important that was in some team fights. But Sobi with the EXP share still bringing out a ton of damage. So a cool kind of rethinking of how we should allocate the held items still pays off pretty well for T3 in the end game. But if I'm going to give an MVP, I think we probably got to give it up to Zealot, maybe even Sobi that can co-hoist that trophy, because a very impressive end game to kind of save that fight after we ended up losing Pure, and I guess Sobi even going down early in that fight as well from the intel.
Yeah, I just feel like they managed their resources so well throughout those last 2 minutes, but we can go ahead and take a look, I guess, at the game that happened before that moment.
Yeah, some really sick moments throughout this matchup. I mean, honestly, I think both these teams are extremely strong. I would not be surprised if either one of these teams was in the grand finals here, but the fact that it is going to be T3 is pretty exciting, especially after that final fight, I think. But Public Enemy's early game looked kind of untouchable. Some nice foul play lineups, I think, throughout that matchup was something I was very impressed by. Umbreon definitely setting up for either big snipe shots or even big overheats from the Blaziken. Felt like every single time we were seeing KO streaks from from those players, it was on the back of a really good Umbreon foul play or even a Psyduck with like a nice stun.
Yeah, I feel like you could definitely tell this Public Enemies team has been playing together for a while. Obviously, T3 has been as well, but oh, tragic. I do kind of want to watch back there were so many skirmishes, and I know Pure has had some pretty good Ho-Oh Unite moves throughout this tourney, but gosh, just being able to res, even if it's just one teammate, is so impactful in these fights.
It's kind of a fun way to enable this double speedster composition in my mind. You know what I mean? Like, it allows these speedsters to kind of play a little bit more to their natural inclinations of just going all out. It's pretty exciting. Obviously, it got a little scary here when Public Enemies was able to catch out Pure and take them down in that situation, but Zealot picking up 2, so important. That final fight dodges the foul play from the Umbreon, but you see them walk all the way back up, kind of leaves Anon to their own devices, but they had so much damage that it just allows Sobi and Zealot to just kind of clean up this fight. Poor Mystic with no front line is just going to fall over to that situation, and what a good look from this team. The Whirlpool just to cover on top of that Rayquaza. You saw Sobi landing a boost out or even a Nice Beam right there to freeze any target within melee range. Great coverage around the Rayquaza, and T3 looking great. That hopefully enough of a bounce back to make their momentum look a little bit better in the grand finals than they did in their winners finals performance.
Yeah, and as you can see, our bracket is all filled out now except for that final game. Team Name making their, what I'm seeing as the debut of this potential new roster. I saw Lutano on the team sheet. I was like, I'm sat. Please let me catch the game. Kyle, very mean, said absolutely not. I'm casting the game. And I was like, whoa, this is a lot, but hey, it's your gig, man. I'm just here. So
a misuse of power, a lot of people were saying. You know.
Many were saying this. Yeah, it's okay though. I forgive him. I get it,
it's
man.
It's up to chat, I guess. It's up to chat if we forgive him, I suppose.
Yeah, you guys, you know, you hold all the power. So, but yeah, very excited to get to see Team Name in this grand finals and T3 as well. Honestly, a fun rematch. It'll be nice to see any adaptations either team makes.
Yeah, 2 talented rosters. Honestly, some who's who, some of the best squads of North America duking it out for an Underdunk title. We might be on Underdunk number 50, but I truly feel like things, they might change, but they also stay the same. I mean, we got some banger tournaments. The grand finals always deliver, so you got to make sure y'all stick around for those that are going to be happening very shortly. This is going to be it for Bridget and Zoinks. We're going to be signing off for this tournament. Kyle and Husky are going to bring you this epic grand in just a moment, so we're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, grand finals time of Underdunk number 50.
Bye.
back. Pokemon Unite trainers, Underdunk number 50, and we are at the grandest of grand finals. And we have Team Name versus T3, a rematch of the winner's final. So
Yeah,
really excited to see what we got.
We
here.
just did this.
We did just do it. I feel like we're calling the same game. I didn't pay attention because we were saying our goodbyes. Do we have a handshake agreement on the format here? Because I see
best of 3 winners advantage.
Oh, lovely. So we could potentially be done after one game.
Yeah. And it's EP. I guess everybody's EP-CP. Been a long week. Daylight savings times getting to us. Getting ready to do all that.
All
Look
that
at my
stuff.
cat. He's back there.
Oh, Mister, what a good boy.
He's a
Make
circle.
sure everybody to enter in. Since it's kind of an abbreviated format, I'm just gonna pull both of the Suicune license at the end. So that way I can leave the queue open for as long as people are in, and we could get right into the game. And at the end, we are gonna pull the 2 additional Suicune. So exclamation point enter or ticket if you haven't already. Team Name versus T3. Team Name has a 1-game advantage. This is still a best of 3, and Machisel gonna go ahead and ban that Blissey.
Machisler, I hardly know her, and by her they mean Blissey, because that thing is banned. And T3 opting to ban the Suicune. I guess that's just kind of their plan. They don't want to play against it, so if they're in the second pick slot, they will ban it. Otherwise, they will first pick it. And we've got the Psyduck banned as well as the Hoopa. Interesting strategy here from T3, but let's see what Team Name is going to want to lock in as their first pick.
We'll see. We've seen a lot of Zeraora today. I've really liked it, but I don't think it's really a good first pick. I mean, you have so many options here. I mean, Umbreon's still on the table. A lot of teams have been taking the speedster, like the Absol, but Joey just going to go ahead and lock in Snorlax right off the bat.
Yeah, the Snorlax pick, really, really strong, and right now they do have that flail build on. We'll have to see what the rest of the draft is going to be looking like, and Machisel grabbing a hold of that Mouse Grotto, a pick that has worked really well for them throughout the night, but it is going to be going into the double speedster of T3.
I'm loving this, and I know you're hating it. Double speedsters all the way across the sky.
There's a lot of them.
All the way across the sky ruins. I'm gonna. Ooh, that's a good one. I think we're cooking here. T3, they are gonna be cooking with this Comfey along with this double speedster, and then Pure locking in the Aegislash.
Interesting grab there. I wonder if Pure is going to go switch with Anon there and grab the Absol, and they're just going to be not really running tanks, or maybe Sobi picks up one of the speedsters, but it doesn't look like they're wanting to pick a defender here. It looks like they might just go for full damage to counter the composition of Team Name that has a lot of burst. And wow, look at this. We've got the Venusaur from Lutano. This is an OG Lutano pick.
Beam Tano. I remember sitting in the crowd of NAIC in my hometown, Columbus, Ohio, and watching Lutano single-handedly save TTV in what could have been just a tragic way to end the bracket. I believe it was against the Brave Birders. Just an incredible Beam Giga Drain combo, and I'm really excited to get to commentate for this one. It's just a classic. It's just a classic.
It really is. And it looks like we have, so T3 not switching Pure over to the Absol, which we saw him play earlier. Instead, he is going to be playing that Aegislash. What a flex player, honestly. Yeah. Just plays anything. And fine. It is tank Aegislash. That's going to be the defender slot for T3's composition. So I feel like we're seeing so much of, this priority on damage rather than building up like a defense or like a frontline core. We see a lot less traditional supports, which is interesting because supports have never not been really, really good. So it just kind of goes to show how much more valuable like heavy burst damage has gotten, to the point where supports just aren't as necessary anymore unless they're like attacker supports or like Duck.
Yeah, those engaged supports is kind of, I think, what or maybe I can't remember exactly the coined term that Zoinks used, but maybe initiator supports. You know, the ones that really get the party started. You think, like you said, Psyduck is kind of that priority one. Sableye on a lot of teams is kind of that same way. And we're seeing a lot of teams prioritize even like the Mew. I mean, you think Luminosity, but look at this. Already getting some big secures as Joey Oogway is frontlining with the Snorlax. However, Aegislash, the little Hone Edge, is able to get one of their own. And they're going to push towards this Bulbasaur, slicing right through him as Pure.
I don't mind that play at all. You just let the Snorlax do what the Snorlax is doing while you focus on the attacker instead. Make sure you can pick up a KO. So right now, T3 is 1 KO ahead, but Oogway might have something to say about that. Here comes the Talonflame. Vin Diesel taking out that Honedge, just stayed a little bit too far, and now Sobi's getting just dove on by that Talon.
Oh, double KO for that Fletchender. Absol comes in for reinforcements, takes some of their own wild Pokemon experience, but stacks are flying in for Vin Diesel, but they might have reached their hand a little too far in the cookie jar. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Lutano on the back end, able to take a little bit of that Altaria family, but T3 still coming out ahead.
It also is interesting to see that T3 has prioritized this Sylveon pick. It's just one of Sobi's comfort picks, and I feel like that's true for a lot of attacker players because Sylveon has just been a Pokemon that's been in and out of the meta, and it's usually a pretty safe pick. It offers that mid-range damage, you know, whether you go Hyper Voice or Mystical Fire, there are use cases for both of those move sets, but it looks like we do have the Hyper Voice here, and what an interesting play that we just saw right there. Just Machisel was stopped right in their tracks.
They're so close to taking out the Absol, unable to do so. A little bit of a scuffle here. Zeraora heating up, getting a double KO of their own. However, Talonflame is the one that's on fire. They find the KO on the Zeraora. Still more damage flying through, and it's T3 coming out ahead on this one. Lutano with a hope and a prayer to try to take out Absol. Unable to do so. The Florigato is none the wiser, and Machisel unable to close out the KO on the Zeraora.
Big on Sweet Kiss too. We're just talking about the prioritization of the engaged supports, and I feel like Sweet Kiss Comfey kind of falls into that category. It's that like annoyance move rather than focusing on healing. You're not necessarily trying to keep your team alive, but you're just trying to set them up for opportunities to unalive the other team instead, which is so tilting to play against if you have some good timings on your Sweet Kiss.
Big KO for Pikachu, is able to take out the Absol, locked and loaded with that Electro Ball. 7 minute means there are objectives spawning in both sets of the lanes. We do have Pikachu taking out Pure on the Aegislash, so that's a big KO there. Reg Ice has joined the fray. Sobi is trying to get some points in, trying to run away, but you cannot hide from that sure hit Pikachu. Reg Ice going into the pockets of Team Name. Unite move out from this Talonflame. Also the Absol, they're pressing forward. Zeraora able to take out a couple of Pokemon, and T3, while they lost the objective, they found some KOs on the back end.
What a textbook play there from T3. You see the Absol walking up. I feel like I could see it from a mile away. The Sweet Kiss locks in. 3 are pulled into that bush, and there goes the perfect midnight slash from the Absol. But that being said, though they break the goal zone, we now have Team Name pushing forward, but Vin Diesel's the one to go down here. T3 coming out on top of this fight.
Incredible, but here comes a Pikachu. Electro Ball is going to take out the Absol. Here's a thunderstorm raining down. It's Pure on the back end. Slow Smoke just to try to get away, but they're going to try to turn the Uno Reverse card. Wow. Once again, a huge Electro Ball combo, and then Talonflame able to take out double KO. And now we have Meowscarada level 10 for Team Name.
Yeah, I mean, do not disrespect the Volt Tackle, because, especially not with that EXP share on, and we have another Midnight Slash. Somehow Anon got that back in no time at all, but it does not matter. Machisel, that level 11 Meowscarada already has the upgraded Flower Trick. They have just been silently pulling up, getting KOs left and right after that near miss in the beginning of the match. They took that to heart. They're making sure that doesn't happen again.
Hiding in the tall grass is Zeraora and Meowscarada. I don't think either of them know that the other is hiding there. Actually, Zeraora finds the Meowscarada. Big Sweet Kiss combo takes the Meowscarada to the Pokemon Center. Big Brave Bird dives on in, but Team Name completely eviscerated from the Thea Sky T3 with some massive KOs, and they're going to push the advantage. Points are going to be flying in, and Team Name unable to respond because they're in the Pokemon Center.
I think we found just the slightest bit of dust on Lutano's controller. I think he didn't get the memo that Solar Beam Venusaur just is not it anymore, and right now they are paying for it, even though they're level 11. It does not matter, but here comes the Volt Tackle on the Pikachu. Let's see if they can do anything. Ooh. Does not matter. Nope. The Absol crits just hit too hard, Kyle.
Level 13, that is a tall task if you want to go 1v1 versus that Absol. Not even 1v1, it has the Comfey Pocket right now. Big Solar Beam connects on Pure. They're going to force them back towards this basement Reggie. Regieleki is marching towards this T2 goal zone. And it does look like they're able to take that. Meowscarada, though, steals the Registeel out from under the nose of T3. So that's a nice little play there from Team Name.
Flower Trick, literally one of the best secures in the entire game. It's just so good, especially when you have the Unite move on top of it, really able to make sure that they don't fall too far behind, because right now, in terms of levels, we've got a level 14 Zeraora on our hands, also getting out that Snorlax Unite move. Here comes the Talonflame. They want to try to take down the level 14 Zero. Be huge EXP for them, but unfortunately, just not the case. T3 is dancing on them right now.
Ooh, big Pikachu counter, though. They're able to take out not one, but two Pokemon from T3. Make it a three-piece combo. Was that 4 from this Pikachu? JL going crazy up here. However, gonna look for a push. Absol says, no. This is my game.
Yeah, no Penta. The Quadra is as far as you will go, sir. And that level 13 EXP share Pikachu brings almost everybody on Team Name in direct line with each other in terms of levels. And this is just one of those games where we've been back and forth so much that the levels are so high on both teams. But noticeably, T3 has 2 level 14 Pokemon. You remember back in the day when Zeraora needed to get level 14 for its second upgrade?
Yeah, I do. My duo is an avid Zeraora player, and it was one of the happiest days when it dropped to level 13, and our win rates went significantly higher after that day. So Zeraora still
gold
quite
badge
the
Zera
play.
I trust.
Scrambles mentioned. A little bit of a scuffle here. Sylveon, Sobi is gonna try do some damage, but it's Pure getting caught out. They will be back before Rayquaza.
Ooh, really good hyper voice there to pop the focus band of that Snorlax. Could be dangerous here, but Vin Diesel looking to start this fight early. They pop the Flame Sweep. 2 members already down for T3.
Oh, make it 3. Sobi's gonna pop their Unite move, try to stay alive, but Team Name is coming out ahead. Absol and Aegislash are joining the Rayquaza pit. Rayquaza at half. Absol looming. Absol looking. Snorlax taking them between a block and a hard place, looking for a secure. Heavy Slam is on in. Are we gonna get it? No, it's the Brave Bird Talonflame. Team Name is taking the Rayquaza, and they're making their way towards these goal zones. Are they gonna be able to stop it? They do break that goal. They break the shield. Great play from the Zeraora.
Oh, does Snorlax have a shield? We also got Talonflame with a shield. It's broken. The Zeraora is able to stop it. No! 100 points go in for Snorlax, but their shield is broken as well. T3 is still ahead, Kyle. But Talonflame in the top path. No shield to speak of. Puts Team Name ahead with a minute left. T3 is going to have to rally a push.
JL looking for one additional score. They will find it. That is going to be not it yet. Still a little bit more than 100-point lead for Team Name. Meowscarada finds the Absol. They're looking to go on in. Talonflame back in the Pokemon Center still. They need to find one last push. Very low HP bars. Comfey is going to try to keep them up. 30 seconds left. T3 has one final push.
It is not looking good for T3. They have almost a 100-point deficit right now, which means they're going to have to get some KOs with the Pikachu Unite move. It doesn't look like they're going to want to let that happen. Zeraora is down. Pure trying to get in, but they go down to the full tackle. It's just Sobi, Absol looking for a score in the base, and they don't even get it. Not that it would have been enough, but Lutano is there, and as it turns out, the Beemasaur never left the Thea Sky Ruins.
The Grand Finals champions, our team name, Underdunk number 50. Congrats to this squad. Definitely going to be a team to watch. Incredible match. Very short Grand Finals, but
JL.
Wow. Love it. Love it. JL, 11 KOs, 9 assists. Man, what a pick.
JL out of healer jail for 2 seconds, and this is what they pull out. 11 KOs on the Pikachu, including that insane Quadra. And this is just another situation where T3 looked so good, and then they got caught, and they didn't have the time to reset. Team Name would not let them. It's one of the strengths of T3 is their composure and their ability to take fights slowly, but Team Name was like, yeah, we're gonna stomp all over that. That is not happening. Capitalize immediately. Vin Diesel super aggressive with that engage and just able to run away with that final fight. What a fantastic game.
Fantastic game for these two squads. Great bracket. A lot of fun tonight. We had some great participation in Underdunk number 50. So big congrats to all the teams that participated. Big congrats to everybody. Thank you all for joining and tuning in. We are going to be drawing the Suicune licenses. I didn't say licensees. Look, see, I'm growing. I'm growing.
He's growing. Actually, that's a Shrek the Musical reference. I don't know if that
Where did that go? Oh, that was great.
Yeah, that one, that was great. That was awesome. And then they go down in the center after that. That's so tilting. But, I mean, Machisel did come back. They ended up winning this game. But at this time, it really looked like T3 had their foot on the gas pedal.
Oh, and thank you for the raid, Mellophone Babe. Appreciate it. For those raiders joining in, we are just ending Underdunk number 50, going over some of the highlights. Team Name just won. But we are going to be running a little bit of a giveaway. There is a pin message. Make sure to enter if you are interested in winning a Suicune license. We have 2 left to give. 209, 141 at this point, and Team Name, it looked very bleak at this point.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look at the visceration of Lutano there and that Venu. Definitely wasn't a game where Lutano stood out as much as we saw him earlier in the night on something like the Inteleon, but this as well, huge turnaround there for Team Name. It just kind of allowed T3 not to run away with the rest of the match, just Machisel capitalizing on the really good secure flower trick.
Oh, love the flower trick. I'm sure that you're happy to finally see some players play this ability, because most of the time when we did see Meowscarada, it was relatively scarce when we would see it, but it would mostly be the Night Slash. Finally, players gotten some practice on it, and they're starting to see what Husky's been saying for the last, 4 months.
Yeah, it's never going to be better than me, but it's okay. We have this engage here. This Rayquaza fight so clean from Team Name, and Sobi had a chance there. Unite moved into the pile, but was immediately CC'd out. And I thought for a second here, with this opportunity, Pierre just hanging out, really good timing, but unfortunately too much damage was done to the Rayquaza. Talon flew right in. They were looking for that secure, and Pure just a little bit too late with the Aegislash Unite move. That's kind of the difficulty there. It just takes a little bit longer to cast the move, so it's hard to tell exactly what your timing will be. But what a great fight there. Good stand by T3, but at the end of the day, Team Name is going to take this one, and they're going to have to likely change their team name to something that is allowed if they're going to want to compete in UCS.
Yeah, at least for day 2, which seems likely for this squad, or maybe they'll just change it off the clip. Or maybe they're just trying to figure out, what they want to be called. But yeah, look at this. That was actually a really good Unite move there from Lutano. I say actually, he's not capable of it. Very capable. It just was very slow to start. This was a
Yeah, the
fantastic
eject
beam to
button.
prevent it. The eject into it.
Yeah, the eject
just Lutano
beam.
things. Just
It was
Lutano
great.
things.
He knows how to run with that Pokemon. I was like I wasn't skeptical because I know the Venusaur is a Lutano classic, but I was also like, does he know that it's like not that great right now? But it doesn't matter to him.
It's tough.
I would
It's
have liked to
just
see the Inteleon still. I feel like anything that you could do on Solar Beam Venu, you can do 1,000 times better on Inteleon, but it doesn't matter because Team Name already with this newly formulated squad. Hopefully we see more of them.
I hope so too. I think we will. I think it's one of the best teams that North America has, and I'm gonna say that right now. Early
Okay.
prediction. I
Calling
predict that
a
they'll
shot.
at least make top 4 in March Cup. That's my guess. I'm really
Okay.
interested to see how they perform, but I think they'll make at least top 4. I think they have a good shot at winning it just based on the players. Can they
We're gonna
have the right chemistry to win the entire cup in March? Maybe. They are clearly composed to win this event, which had a lot of good players in it as well. We'll see. It's obviously a much bigger tournament, so. But either way, 1 minute.
Let's draw
I'm
our
going to leave
giveaways.
one last minute for the giveaway to enter in. Well, I guess it'll be 30 seconds because we are on a little bit of a delay. But I do want to bring up the announcement. So once I'm done with this announcement, we'll do the giveaway. So final chance. Make sure to do it because I am going to be ending it. But exciting news for Underdunk. I'm really excited. It's kind of been a little bit under wraps, but I want to make sure that we make this announcement. So on both the Engage and the Underdunk team, we are proud to announce a partnership between the two organizations going forward. So Engage will now host and power Underdunk series in an official capacity. Hosted
It's
every
late.
Thursday night for the next couple weeks. I think it's like another 8 weeks or so. So essentially what we're going to be doing, we are, the intention is to support and grow the North America and LATAM competitive scene. So Engage is currently the most consistent organization in competitive grassroots tournaments. Hosting a lot of their tournaments specifically in EU, APAC, and India. And now we'll be partnering with North America and LATAM North with the Underdunk series. So they currently do a lot of the stuff in EU for their EU weeklies. So some of the things that they do, they boast a global team and competitions held regularly across all of those regions. They have a digital magazine, website, and an app, along with continuous development looking to support all stakeholders within grassroots esports. So excited to continue our partnership, and then we are going to be running this weekly. That's right, weekly, and developing our community in a positive and professional manner. Lordy wrote this. This is a lot, by the way. So make sure to join the Engage Discord to join Lordy, Schmeedy, and me. That's me. It says my name there. And the rest of the Underdunk team, along with the Engage team on this adventure. There is going to be additional information coming out about how Underdunk will merge with them in a very exciting series. More to come on that. So follow them on social medias and all that good stuff. But big news. Underdunk every week. It's going to be the same exact time. And I'm blurry again. Hello, Tyler Joseph. But yeah, still the same time, still 7 p.m. Eastern, but we are going to be running it weekly. I'll be joining every week, and as much as some of the other casters that you've seen can join, will join. It's going to be really exciting engagement and more games, more competitions for everybody that's interested. So really excited about this partnership. And with that, I am going to go ahead and close the giveaway, and we are going to draw 2 winners. Two winners for our Suicune licenses. Alrighty, can I get a drum roll? Alrighty. First winner is going to be Bartilibus.
Bartilibus.
Yeah.
And right
Alright.
after they put rig in chat.
No way it was that.
Wow,
actually
that's the
really
secret.
funny.
Quick, rig.
That's actually so funny. All right, and then the last Suicune winner. So make sure to message Lordy. The last winner for our Suicune license is Beena. My God, I'm so happy for Beena. Let's go, Beena.
Beena gets it. Absolute cinema.
Absolute. After she said it was, she hated
close
on me
out
for
the night.
saying the blue buff thing that I say from time to time.
To close out the night, Beena, after abusing us all evening, is
every
able to
time.
capitalize. Anyway,
Beena. Alrighty,
congrats
friends.
to Team Name. Great tournament. I hope to see more of this team. T3 as well, making the grand finals tonight. My favorite team. I'm not an unbiased caster. They're my favorite team, so I always love watching them. Great Underdunk. Keep it up. It's EPCB time.
It is EPCB time. All right, friends, from all of us here at Underdunk 50 was a great success. Thank you to Pokémon Unite for supplying us the codes for all these giveaways. Thank you to Zoinks and Bridget for casting earlier. Thank you, my lovely co-caster Husky, as always. Big shout outs to Schmeedy and Lordy behind the scenes. Big shout out to Squirtle's Den, also out there helping with a lot of the back end stuff. Big shout out, huge shout out to Beena, as always, the best observer in North America, maybe the world. And then last but not least, Shivam, wonderful job producing the show, bringing you all of the graphics, all of the action, making sure everything is smooth and all the replays are plentiful. So we will be back. I believe it's going to be next week. So stay tuned for more Underdunk. We'll see you on the next show. Bye, everybody.